go. Okay, now we're on.
Okay.
Oh.
In the final few moments of the melee, as a number of you begin to gather your wits about you and prepare to dash off after the invisible Iarno Albrecht, we kind of pick up with a couple of zombies still milling about, a ship, and dozens of strange aquatic monstrosities and a giant fish that they're all kind of holding on to, floating 100 feet above the docks of Port Damali. As Felice has reversed gravity, and far off, as far away as they can get, a small rowboat being crewed by a couple of adventurers who are getting as far away as possible, and one very impressionable intern who swears one day he will be a druid.
And I love it. It is canon. I love it.
So
He's like, this is my calling.
as you all begin, as those, some of you begin to quickly move, the lights, the sort of strange ghost lights that had filled the area now that Iarno is left, begin to dim. And it doesn't seem that there are any more zombies that are shuffling out of any of the nearby buildings. You have a few moments before Felice has to drop the spell, or I think it lasts for a minute. What are you all going to do?
This is still on the docks, or is this anybody?
I would say
I'm in motion. I know that.
Right. Okay. So at this point, we've kind of we're splitting the party.
Never.
With well, I mean, we've got some people already on the map off to one side. But the thing is, so we'll take it with Wirya, Keegan, and Darlton. You're all kind of close to one another. And I believe, Wirya, you were just discussing that you have the ability to communicate telepathically with creatures within 60 feet.
Her. The first thing she's gonna do before we leave,
okay,
is use message, because everyone else is out of 60 feet. So she was going to message, probably Purnell, because Purnell seemed the least likely to be dead.
I was gonna say Purnell
Generally,
landed and grabbed
yeah.
the gun, if I recall, and then was hanging over or flipped over it. Whereas,
Which is kind
the
of
rest of us were in the
ironic,
water,
given the last time we dealt with cultists.
Yeah, but I think she thinks Purnell is the least likely to be unconscious.
That was a fair call.
She's going to cast message to Purnell. Well, she knows how rough Velas is looking.
Yeah.
She's going to cast message to Purnell and say, Darlton's chasing Steph, I guess. Keegan and I are following.
All right, shall we follow?
Another spell, as she probably is still moving, and so is probably just on the edge of message range by the time she casts it a second time. If you can, that would probably be good.
Oh yeah, one quick thing, because I never really figured it out. I'm like, I know there was some confusion about whether or not Felice and Aiden had joined by the time you guys actually fought Glassstaff, and I, for the life of me, can't remember.
Yes. So you all joined while they were in the eponymous mines.
Yeah.
The Lost Mines. And so it was the events following that when there was the town master who had been jailed and he had come in and done some sort of weird ritual, and then the town master turned into a weird creature.
That's what I was
and
thinking.
then eventually you all chased him out. But it was, I think, super late at night, so you may
Yeah,
have.
I was just saying, I was like, I don't have much recollection, so it's also entirely possible, which is why I asked, because
Yes.
I just was sleeping.
Yes.
No, that makes sense. That
That's
does
why I
make
was
sense. That
like,
was after.
Mhm.
Right. Yeah. So Felice for sure recalls
Okay.
the specifics. If
Okay, so like she knows, like I was pretty sure she knew the name Glassstaff at least, but she was actually there for all that. Okay, that definitely helps. Okay. Anyways, carrying on.
Then, Rhea gets a quick response back to the message. We know not which direction you want going. Would we be able to see Hegan? Just trying to scramble to
Yeah.
not be stuck like underneath the gravity. Also sounding very much like she is holding on for dear life to something and
Yeah,
trying to
pretty
not be squished against a dock.
right, this is them right now.
Yes.
I was about to say, why is your camera upside down?
I'm
I don't see your camera, so I guess
That
I
was what
need to
happened to me
look
during that
quick.
mission the other night
Right.
by accident. Turned my camera upside
Yeah,
down.
I can see everybody else, just not Brendan.
I mean, so I
Okay.
think this happened as a bit more of a quick response conversation than
Yeah.
was necessarily I was thinking, because you sort of responded when I like took a breath the first time.
Oh.
So because like Wiria was going to say more before you responded, but then you responded really quickly.
Oh, I didn't
Um,
realize that. I didn't realize
I
the
just
pause.
went with it, but now at this point, like Wiria can't message you back again. She's moving.
Right.
Got it.
So like the 2 messages was sort of the max before she was going to be out of message range.
Yeah. He's
If
like, I
Elias
thought you were
has
done, so I didn't.
sending, he can cast sending to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
But Wiria can't send you another message, so she's
Yeah.
not going to respond.
Okay.
But she, if you guys got moving and got in range, or if Elias uses a sending spell, which we don't have Maggie here, though I don't know that she'd object to Elias using sending to figure out where the fuck people are going.
She probably won't. I feel like that's a valid thing to want to know.
Yeah.
We're good.
It's just like, do you want us to chase? Yes. We don't know where.
I mean, so actually,
yeah.
where you would probably have said, and this is partially I don't know directions.
Yeah.
Where you would probably have said when she said yes, if you can, that would be good.
Mm-hmm.
We're heading wherever direction.
I mean, away from the port.
Right, but like
That's
general
anywhere.
direction.
Yeah.
General direction that whichever way Darlton is heading, she would have at least sent you that.
Okay.
I just don't know what that is,
Well,
so
yeah,
I
'cause you
couldn't
guys-
say it in
Yeah,
character.
you guys know Port Damali, so like I would think if there's like some notable place that they were like headed in that direction.
Yeah.
Unless
So
Wiria has
that's
keen mind and knows north and south, but
no. I mean, she would know direction just because, like, I mean,
you
we
tell
know
by
Port
the
Damali.
stars.
But she would have given some indication, and DM, what indication you think she would know is a question for you.
Well, you can see Darlton. Well, here's a question, Darlton. Are you running, or did you stop to coordinate with them? Even just to communicate briefly, point whatever.
I'm not stopping.
Okay.
I may slow down, but I'm not going to stop moving.
Okay, so you just see Darlton like leaping from rooftop to rooftop, Assassin's Creed style.
I'm not on the
going.
roofs.
Huh?
I
Oh,
was
you're
on
not?
street level.
Yeah,
He
went
was.
down
Oh,
to
okay.
street level.
Yeah, you spent so much time on rooftops last time. I just figured that was a mental image.
Leaving from roof to roof,
anyways,
trying to get his
Undead
friends free
showed up.
cable.
Right.
It's on the ground that
with
whole
your
time.
exceedingly good vision in the dark, you can see him pounding the cobblestones, making a beeline straight into the city. Other than just going away from the docks and into the city, you have no indication of what direction he's going. But he seems to be
very intentional. intentional about which direction he's going.
Yeah, he's very intense. And he's also very very much moving away from you.
Yeah, so so basically she would just say Darlton's
Okay.
heading into the city,
Mhm.
and if and that is probably the last message, with then
Okay.
Purnell's response to that Wiria can send at
I'm
the moment.
sure that you can think of something creative in order to make one another known.
I mean, she hasn't actually cast invisibility on the giant, the flying rainbow Pegasus yet. So,
Yeah.
if she doesn't seeing a ton of people out on the street, she might not do that for a
I
moment.
mean, it's not like Violet is like Nyan Cat, where she leaves a rainbow trail behind her. But like,
Not
if you
Rainbow
want her
Dash.
to, I'm sure she can.
Nyan Cat.
She can try something. You might not want. I mean, the people below might not appreciate, but she can try.
No, it was more of a if they're looking up, they might be able to spot
I will
Violet.
say
because they're
Darlton is
looking.
probably very easy to track from the air because he has a glowing crossbow in his hand still.
Oh, it's glowing.
true.
Oh,
There you
that's
go.
Fun.
Yeah.
I mean,
Okay.
20-foot bright light.
Yeah,
Nice.
Darlton. You don't need to roll to track. I mean, you literally have the guy Hunter's marked or something similar, right?
He's branded,
Like-
yeah.
It's
Branded.
better than
Okay,
Hunter's
even
Mark,
better
yeah.
than Hunter's mark. So go ahead and just make an athletics check for me to sort of
Okay.
give me
I
an
do-
idea of how
How much you parkour.
how much, well, not so much parkour, but how much can you move? Because you do have a lot of speed. So
That's just an 8.
okay, all right.
I did want to
Um,
try and do something in transit.
Okay, what were you gonna try and do?
Just as I'm moving through the streets, I just want to let out like a whistle, or basically to attract one of the urchins.
Sure, easily done.
And yep, and one appears, I will stop just long enough to basically, I will take out a very plain looking key and give it to them, direct them to the warehouse where we were pulling up. Basically instruct them that you can tell the Furbolg there that the guy she's watching is free to go, and then also direct them to a chest behind some crates in the back, which the key goes to, and basically bring what's inside to me.
And he's like, he's like, 2 questions. What's a Furbolg, and where are you going?
I'm heading basically I'll give them directions of the
Furbolg,
direction I'm
big
heading.
Fuzzy lady.
If you can't find me, talk to the others, get it to me. If it looks dangerous, stay in the shadows until it calms down.
He nods and wait, you didn't explain what the Furbolg was.
I tell you, you'll know it when you see it.
He nods his head very businesslike and takes off running.
And I will keep moving.
Yeah. You hear him do another whistle, and you can see like another shape emerge from the shadows to like run with him.
I'm not anticipating them to get it to me before we catch up to him, but it is a contingency based on how bad things have gone.
Okay.
Are we assuming that Wiria did pick up Egan?
That could have been done. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, you're on the same spot.
Well, she moved Tegan over to the same spot.
I didn't actually need to move him. I clicked him, but my surface pad is like wonky, so I was like, oh well.
At the next turn that Wiria can, because she's not going invisible yet, she's going to snap Brightwing into existence and send Brightwing back towards Purnell, Elias, Felice, and Valis,
Uh-huh.
and tell him to let her know when he gets to them, because she could always snap into Brightwing and talk through Brightwing. I
Right.
just thought of that.
As soon
Meanwhile,
as he appears, you
The
just
rest of
hear
us still
the
don't know anything, by the way. Purnell has not even relayed the message yet.
Well, because I haven't had
Anyway.
time to get back to
I
our
know.
scene
We're-
for
we're- we're
this.
still there. We'll get to
Just
that.
half of the
We're
group,
getting
yeah.
I know,
This-
but I'm
this-
like,
this
you're
is
getting multiple turns
unfortunately-
ahead,
This is
so
split
I'm
the
like-
party
this
mode.
is unfortunately a single camera show.
Yeah,
so,
scene swap.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I know. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't forget that we had not actually done
Right.
anything with the people yet.
Because of the distances, so the reason why I had you all tell me how fast you were was so that I could kind of get an estimate. This is not going to be a round by round chase scene. It's too much mechanics for that. This is more like, okay, so you've got a couple of people who are very, very fast relative to your quarry. And so that gives me an understanding of what's going to happen and how things are going to go. When Brightwing apparates into place, you can all hear him lament. The murders already happened. You tell him to go, and he's like, okay.
I'll,
So he-
I'll tell him that there may be more murder in the future.
Just tell
If
him
you
to
if you
let go
hurry
of
up,
the
there may be more
zombies
murder.
all. See those floating zombies? They're gonna go splat soon.
Okay. So
the zombie explosion.
Hegan, you are currently in you're not in any animal form, right? You're not in beast shape. You're
If she picked him up, he would have gone weasel.
okay, just to be
Okay,
smaller.
size,
Yeah.
yeah.
A giant dragonborn on. I was wondering.
Okay.
Sir Blue, hey,
All right,
thanks so much for the raid. How's your stream?
Is
Good to
like
see ya.
gripping Phyla's mane in weasel form,
Hello,
the wind
Raider.
blowing through his fur.
Welcome to D&D.
As Wuria takes off, Darlton is running. Flashing back briefly to everyone, Purnell, you get this message. Wuria relays everything that just happened. And Felice is
Why do you
sitting
have
there
regrets? What
contemplating
happened?
as like muck and other stuff is just kind of like covering all of you who took cover underneath the docks.
All right, so just quickly, like, well, we need to keep moving. They aren't chasing glass stuff.
Wait, didn't we kill that guy like ages ago?
Yeah.
Best not
he
to question
was-
that right now. Undeath and whatnot.
That explains these zombies. Okay, hold on here. And Felice will go ahead and drop, because she can't see all that much under the dock, but if they're
Okay.
moving, she's gonna assume that, it's good
Right.
to drop the things.
Okay.
There might be a bit of a wave when these things hit the water again.
I'm gonna hold the bottom of the dock so that when reverse gravity drops, I don't fall into the water.
Okay. Those of you who are holding on to something when she drops the spell are managed to hold on still. But there's just like just a brief moment
Also, is
of
Elias still paralyzed?
No.
no, he became unparalyzed eventually.
I was like, oh.
Yeah, no, we fixed that.
He's just like sitting there floating. There's a brief moment of silence, and you can just hear the sound of like sails rippling in wind before a cacophonous crash as this sailing vessel falls 100 feet into the water. You can hear timber cracking, lines snapping, and the sound of multiple fleshy, fishy bodies smacking into cobblestone, the docks, impaling on some of the broken pieces of the ship, or just slapping into the water, and then like followed shortly by a big splorch as that large fish thing that they were all sort of riding kind of lands on the deck of the remains of the ship, kind of cracking it and now snapping the ship almost in half, as you can start to hear like gurgles and burbling. And moments later, a massive wave begins to swarm over all of you, and I need you all to make a quick strength saving throw.
I'm gonna go great, guys. I'm so good at
Yeah.
that.
Oh, yeah, I don't know how
Mhm.
many
Hey!
reaches at that.
It's a save, so it's not
Oh.
negative.
And we don't have
11.
Leozaras here.
Okay, 21 for
Oh,
me, and
9.
it was good. 1 for Elias.
Felice is not the
Oh,
strongest.
natural 18 for Elias, so
Nice.
he's probably good.
So yeah, Felice is a 9. Also,
Okay.
Velis and Elias have water walk on them, I believe, right?
Yes.
Is what she cast.
You
That,
did
like,
cast it on a
So
few
they
people.
are
I
like
think.
floating buoys.
Right. So in which case, your grip on the docks are kind of is knocked aside for anyone who gets less than a 13. If you're water walking, that's not really a big deal. You're kind of just partially sitting, kind of in some way, shape, or form, sitting on the water. Those of you who failed kind of slip down underneath the water and get kind of tussled around. It's not very deep here. It's mostly just that you are caught up for a few potentially key moments struggling with the water before you can climb back up onto the docks. Those of you who are holding on can pull yourselves onto the docks fairly readily. You can see there are multiple bodies, a couple of, like all of the zombies that had been killed had all floated up, crashed back down again. You can see it is
Dock is a wreck.
this entire area is just a disaster. It looks like a hurricane
Sorry.
almost blew through here.
It is a cantrip.
Quite literally.
Can Felice shape water?
There's a lot of water to shape.
Oh, I know, but it's what, 5 feet, which is at least enough to definitely cover her, but just kind of like do the like bubble thing so whatever giant shockwave goes around, at least in a little 5-foot bubble.
Yeah, like that's like you don't even have to pay attention to that sort of thing. It's just
I was like, come on, I gotta have something, because otherwise she is like, flipping through the water, and I was like, no, this is not what I want.
Yeah.
It's parched
I would
sea.
say that like just by virtue of being a water ashari,
Yeah, that too.
the wave just kind of like passes over you like it was nothing. So yeah, anyone else gets tumbled in the water, but you kind of have control over yourself when you're in the water. You don't get thrown about by waves.
Like we were strong.
Okay.
Really, what I'm hearing is it's just Velis eating shit.
Great.
Yeah. Hey, can we try to
Basically,
grab
you're
Bella?
Eating silt.
Yeah, it's you're I don't know if it's better or not, because yes, you're now like before it was all the gunk that was kind of like up underneath, and now it's kind of being washed away, except it's like also just really dirty water and it tastes horrible. Yeah. You know when you get like
water walk, so it's not like it's getting in his
I was
face.
gonna say you're gonna be
Yeah, you got the
bouncing
water
back up
walk.
as fast as it'd be pulling you down, I feel like, so.
Yeah. But you know, you still
It's
got
just
some
like
in your
trying
mouth,
to
and it's still
catch your
nasty.
balance on ice, but you're not falling, but you're just kind of windmilling for a minute.
Yes.
Walking Dead
Right.
Telltale games. Oh, gotcha.
Yep. Yeah, I feel like that's
Oh.
accurate.
I'm
Okay,
so sorry.
Yeah, once giant wave kind of subsides, whatever, yeah, I guess we'll scramble up on the docks. So, Pernell said we needed to keep moving, and then they
Yes,
were following
and pointing
us,
back in the
right?
direction that we said.
Mhm.
This way.
Right.
All right. I have no idea who exactly we're following, but I'm trusting Wiria. Somebody said that, so there's somebody to follow, right?
Yes.
Just like,
And also me.
We don't know him any better than
I'm just
you
gonna
do.
shake off the wings and pop up into the air and be a be at least something to follow in the air.
Right. That's about when Brightwing shows up.
Felice has not met Brightwing, or has
Nope.
she?
She has
Felice has not met
Right.
Brightwing.
I always it's a lot of things she left around the same time. I feel like a lot of those things happened. So like I always forget the order. But so yeah, Felice is like, what is that?
Where is familiar?
I am your nightmare.
That is
She
Brightwing.
does the lizard head cock thing like a lizard would. They're just like, huh?
Assuming Brightwing does
Perfect
indeed
response.
let Wiria know when he reaches them.
Yeah, you do hear that.
Wiria will, she's in the saddle of the Cavalier, so she's not worried about falling off Phyla, so she will just pop into Brightwing and say, "We're following, Brightwing will stay with you to help guide you. We're heading this way right now. Don't know where we're going." Okay.
Yeah, so like this
Cool.
Wuria's voice sort of kind of comes through in a weird sort of like think of it kind of like the Goa'uld Uld and Stargate, where it's like it's Brightwing's voice, but you hear Wuria too,
Yeah.
and then like and his face gets kind of like slack, and then you know when her voice stops, he like shakes his head a little bit.
Felix is like, I have a lot of questions, but I mean, it sounded like Wiria, so flying it is, I guess. And she's gonna go poof, and she's gonna wild shape into a giant eagle.
Ooh.
Okay.
Hey.
All right.
Especially after seeing Pernell like bust out the wings, and she's like, "Okay, I guess that makes sense."
So can the two of them ride on?
Somebody in a city.
Mm-hmm.
They should be able to ride him.
Hmm.
Ride her,
Also,
yeah.
Elias, yeah, they should probably
Elias
ride
and
together.
Bellis
Yep.
should absolutely. They're also
Easily.
not like huge, so.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna
So,
take
yeah,
off and
she
leave that
will
to
do that,
Phalese.
And yeah,
Okay.
and then if we've got Brightwing, she's gonna follow this weird.
Yep.
This weird dragon thing. She has questions.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
Okay.
like, so she can't talk as an eagle, but she can. I mean, she's Phalese, but like
scream.
eagles can, she
Yeah.
can scream. Is that what we said?
Right.
I was gonna say giant eagles are actually like somewhat sentient naturally, apparently. Like they can understand common. So like
I mean, you can understand common anyway because
I
it's
mean-
you.
she
Yeah.
can
I
anyways,
mean,
but, like,
Grog
they
got
also have
smarter
their
when he became a giant eagle.
Yeah, that's
so...
what I mean. I was like, yeah, they're actually like really intelligent. Also, she has perception on all, or advantage on all site-based perception checks while she's in this form.
I mean, also, your
Okay.
mental stats don't change when you wild shape.
I know.
so-
Correct.
Yeah.
It is
I'm
different
just
than polymorph.
saying, I'm assuming if it has advantage on perception things, using her wisdom and seeing through its eyes, would she still have
It's
advantage?
whichever's
because
higher,
it's like
basically.
eagle vision? No, but I'm
Yes.
saying the advantage.
Mhm.
Like,
You do have advantage.
cool. Because she has a good perception mod.
Okay. So, Phalese as an eagle. Now, do you grab onto Elias and Velis, or do they like climb on board?
She's rather than carrying them like her prey, I feel like she's going to assume to pop into that like on the dock and then like just kind of sit there for them to be able to hopefully hop on.
Okay.
She's not sure. I don't know if she's ever taken passengers before, so it's a work in
And
experience.
if they don't, screw them.
Please mind the gap.
Right.
And if they don't, then I mean, yeah, she'll probably just grab them. But
Okay.
then,
Depends
yes,
on how
my
long it
hero-
takes Bellis to get his feet under him.
Okay. So I'm going. Elias and Velis aren't really used to, say, riding on the back of a giant eagle.
I'm realizing that I'm like, oh.
As you
she doesn't have a
sort of
saddle.
lurch and leap and take off, they don't have saddles. I'm gonna need Elias, and I'll roll for Elias and Velis just to make a strength athletics check to hold on
Oh!
as
16!
the eagle is like
Wait.
rocketing up.
That's -1, so 15.
That's more than sufficient. Yeah, you're all holding on, and you're Phalese, you can definitely feel like losing one or two feathers as they grip tightly.
It's like, yeah!
It's just a couple feathers.
Go full Falcor.
Right. Okay. So Pernell and Elias and Velis and Phalese have taken to the air. And as you get up and get just a little bit of altitude over the scene, you can see a couple of the various puppet fish people are kind of twitching a little bit. You think some of them may actually have survived, but most of them are just kind of goo on the sidewalk. there do appear to be a number of what look like Zalezo and shore wardens running in the general direction of the disaster that you're leaving behind. You've sufficiently cleaned up the docks, and you're now heading out. So you're not that far behind, but Darlton is very good at moving through the city. But I'm fairly certain that an eagle flying is going to be a little bit faster. But if everyone is taking Darlton's lead, you're going to be kind of moving at his speed. And so I am going to basically run a
Yes, bring on the
just
math.
sort of yeah. Oh no, there's no math. This is that's why I asked for the numbers before. It was all just as a
This is
estimate.
pre-calculated.
This is running the numbers now.
It was relative. So you're all kind of it's very much running through the city, and you're all kind of stuck following Darlton, who is basically making almost a beeline north. But when you get about in the general vicinity, Darlton, of where you're estimating he came out of his dimension door, you get it's difficult to describe, but it's like a chill in your bones, sort of just a sense of something wrong or something off. Like it's the middle of this. It's the middle of a street. You know, there's a couple of people here and there that you can see. Seems like a perfectly ordinary evening or early morning. A few people walking back from a late night, but the sensation that you're getting is think of it if I wouldn't. I'm trying to think of a comparable thing, but I can just say it's like this place feels bad, like weird, creepy, the hackles on the back of your neck rising up. You're not quite sure exactly what it is.
That'll probably make me stop for a sec.
But
and just
you also
assess
do
the
notice
immediate
that
surrounding.
the temperature is much colder here than it should be. I mean, it's a little chilly, seeing as how it's so late into the night, past midnight, but it's colder here than it should be, like unnaturally cold.
Do I see anything?
Wisdom perception check.
This dice. Hey, that's probably dirty 20.
Okay. As you stop, you take stock of your surrounding. You're peering around and you can see. It's difficult to see at first, but it looks like there is off to one side, in the probably not more than maybe a couple feet away. It looks like there's a distortion about waist high in the air. It's difficult to describe. It's like it's catching light almost. Darlton wouldn't get this reference, but imagine a hairline crack in the screen of your phone, and you know how there's just that little bit of distortion that you might not necessarily quite tell, or it's like, is that like a hair on the surface? It's like that, only it's in the middle of the air, about waist height. And as you approach it, you can feel this is what's caused it to get so cold.
How wide is it?
Oh, it's like, it's not even it doesn't have any depth. It's like, it's not like a crack that you can see through. It literally almost looks like a crack in glass, but it's just floating in air. And when you look at it, you have to look at it from the right angle. Otherwise, if you're not looking at it right on,
say, like, how much space does it take up? Like,
oh, it's like this
long,
big.
or like,
It is like
it's vertical?
smaller than a hand, than your hand, just small. But
I don't want to spend, because I can still sense his direction, right? He's
Oh, yeah.
further by now. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but just for an experiment's sake, in case I need to watch out for this later, I'm just gonna take one of my spare bolts and just pass it directly through where the line is, just to see what happens.
That doesn't really, nothing happens. It's just, it's there's not anything really there. It's more just this distortion in space that you can see, that you can sense, that is also for some reason cold.
Well, if it's not anything that's gonna cause me any grief if I run through one by accident, then I'm gonna keep moving, and it's an added detail to pick up the trail with.
Okay. Do you touch it at all, or were you like just poking it with your crossbow bolt?
I was just basically passing the bolt through it, so that it would bisect it, just to see if
it felt cold
that occurred.
But that's all you can kind of tell.
I'm gonna stay on the trail then.
Okay. All right. So as you reorient yourself, focusing in on the mark, you can feel for a brief moment the mark disappears and then reappears again, but further away.
Okay.
And you continue your chase.
I don't know if I can gauge distance. It just says I know the direction that the branded target is at all times.
Well, for the purposes of this...
Yeah.
Sure. You continue on.
I'm sure I can tell that everybody else is following. I don't know how close they are.
I mean, at some point, Wiria, as long as she's within 60 feet of you, would just have popped up in your head and said, "We're following."
Right.
It would have been very weird for you because you don't know Wiria very well.
Right. So I would say that with the speed of a giant eagle and the horse and everything, that you're all able to catch up fairly readily and quickly
Eagle
to
is
Darlton.
Definitely faster than I am.
Yeah. And so you all notice him stop running, pause, walk over to something, look at it, investigate it, and then continue off running. So you all witnessed that. And so Felice, seeing as how you have excellent eagle eyes, you can see from this distance what it was that he was messing with. And it looks like a strange crack distortion thing. Do any of you do anything, or do you continue following Darlton as he takes off?
I mean, I'm a eagle. I'm gonna keep flying. Unless they tell me to do something else.
I can't get down.
I'm gonna keep going, but I can potentially use because we gave him one of the brooches.
Message.
Yeah, good message him what was that?
Oh, do I have one of those?
Yeah, somebody passed you one of theirs since I think it was Leah's.
Right, yeah, when I was twisted up. No, I don't think you did because I was communicating through Phyla
Right,
when we were
left
on the
Phyla
scene.
with
Or
him
Phyla.
for that
Really?
reason,
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he doesn't
fuck.
have one. Yep.
I could have
Yeah,
sworn.
that's why
Damn.
we left Phyla there because
No.
that's how we were
Oh,
communicating.
so did we give it
No.
to?
Leah
I
has
mean, you may be
Leah's
close enough to
because
call out,
she's-
but I don't
she's
know.
in the-
Yeah, you're flying
Yeah.
above him.
Then yeah, I'll just call
uh,
down. Then I wasn't sure how close I was able to be with that.
So just keep in mind that like if you're running at full sprint, like you're not really able to communicate super effectively unless you want to stop again. Otherwise, it's sort of like shouting out a word every couple of steps. Of course, Pernell's got her wings; she can talk all she wants. But Darlton
No,
above.
Solution, Felice will just.
I just picture the beginning of like the Colbert Report, just like that.
Yeah.
Screech.
The first time the eagle shows up, that may catch him off.
You just see the silhouette of this
Yeah.
giant bird.
I would imagine at
I
some
don't-
point
Druids.
you kind of look over and you see Elias and Velis clutching with varying degrees of fear and elation on the back of the giant eagle.
I want to just picture Elias as as the Neverending Story goes full on.
When you get further on, you're definitely getting a sense that there is your, for lack of a better word, gaining, but as he teleports, he gets a big chunk of distance ahead of you. But you reach a major cross street, and you kind of like come out of a side alley, turn down, and get to where you are in the center here, where three major streets kind of all come together, and all of the lanterns and any lights and stuff that are in and or around this particular major intersection are completely out. The whole place is like plunged into darkness. And as you begin to run through the intersection, you feel an overwhelming sense of cold and dread. And you can see there is another fissure. Only this one, instead of being a small crack about the size of your hand, is probably about the size of a person. Still hairline fracture, but larger. And you can see mist sort of like billowing out and just sort of forming around the street.
I mean, I'm just gonna avoid it, and if I can still sense him, I'm staying on target.
Okay.
Does Wiria notice this? Because you mentioned Felice seeing it, but
So all of you notice like there's just like street, and then one particular major intersection is just really dark, all just weird and gloomy and dark and shadowy, like unnaturally shadowy. You're not quite sure why.
Can Higgins see through that, or is it just shadowy?
I just
So, I mean,
It's-
I would say that Wuria might not actually notice because it's like she plays the game with the gamma all the way to the top, so she can't ever actually see shadow. So for Wuria, it just looks like any old street. But everyone else, it looks. So with True Sight, you can see things that are invisible. You can see things that are ethereal, and you can see. But what does it let you see perfectly in the dark? Or?
It's not blind sight.
You can see through illusions as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This
Someone
is
who
not
can
illusion.
As someone who can cast darkness, is this just magical darkness?
No, it's not magical darkness. This is straight up like weird. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. You've all been to the Shadowfell, and I'm just gonna say, it kind of reminds you of the Shadowfell almost. Like it's
Okay.
There's
Just
too many
weird.
shadows.
it's just too many shadows. Exactly. Well,
okay.
everyone-
Wiria can't really tell because I was
Everyone but
asking.
Felice, who's just like,
Yeah.
why is it so dark?
Yeah.
Because I think if Wiria could tell, she would probably cast Detect Magic just to see what she could see. But if she doesn't know there's something weird going on, then she won't do that.
It's an interesting drawback to that ability. At least in the
She
way
can
I've
see
envisioned
really
it works.
well.
Yeah. Yeah.
That looks familiar.
I don't like that.
You continue on. When you get to, and as I draw some more lines, this other intersection. As you're kind of making your way up this major thoroughfare, the street begins to also incline, because this is the part of the city that's higher in elevation. You can see far above the rooftops ahead of you, kind of deeper into the Narrows district, is the tall tower that the various airships that you had seen previously dock at, kind of rising up above everything around it, directly ahead of you. When you get further on to this intersection, similar to the one that you passed before, it is unnaturally dark. Except by the time you get here, you can see that the ground is almost completely covered in a layer of mist and fog. Lights are out. It is preternaturally cold. And you can see that the what was sort of like a singular hairline crack there's another one, except it's sort of, there's like additional cracks, kind of like spider webbing off it. And you can see it's slightly opened, and you can just see darkness coming through. Just when you look at it at the right angle, like you don't see it, but when you look at it at the right angle, you can see like a gap or an opening, but on the other side is just darkness. At least from your perspective as you're running, Darlton. Everyone who's flying up in the air, you can kind of see like the shimmer of, okay, that's weird, but you'd have to kind of get down in front of it to really inspect it further. But yeah, Darlton, you're definitely picking up on like weird necrotic energy from this thing.
Okay,
Has
that's
Darlton
weird.
ever been to the Shadowfell?
That's up to you. I wouldn't think so, but
Yeah, you've probably fought all sorts of shadow things, but never
Yeah.
actually been there yourself.
If Wiria can tell that there's something really fucking weird other than just like, lights are out, she would.
This is like,
Okay, who turned out
you
the
know,
lights?
yeah. This has gotten to the point where it's like, okay, that's strange. Oh, that's weird. And then when you get to this intersection, this is really fucking weird. Actually.
Like, oh no, oh no.
She's gonna cast Detect Magic and see what that gives her.
Okay. All right. So do you get closer too?
So she's gonna try, like, if she picks up something that's really noticeable. I mean, it's a 30-foot presence within 30 feet, so she's gonna get, she's gonna be within
Close
30
enough to
feet.
use
And
okay.
if there's something that like really pings, she might get closer.
Mhm.
Since she moves fast enough on Phyla to potentially catch back up if she needs to.
Okay. So Darlton took note of it and kept running. Wiria slows down and stops and gets closer and casts a spell. What do Felice, Elias, and Velis do?
Depends
things
on
are
if Elias
weird.
and Velis say anything really, because Felice has no idea what any of this is, but she was told that we are following a thing, and she's an eagle, so she's, unless they tell her something else, she's
Right.
following a
the
thing.
thing.
I mean,
Wiria
I'm not-
stops and banks and gets closer to this thing and starts casting spells. Do you continue to follow Darlton?
I mean, what does Brightwing do, I guess? Because we're also kind of, like, we were kind of told to follow Brightwing.
Unless directed otherwise by Wiria, which she has not directed him otherwise yet, Brightwing would continue to follow Darlton.
Right.
then that's what Felice is doing. Because I don't think Felice has ever actually seen Darlton. I'm sure somebody would have pointed out, like, oh, that glowing crossbow, that's him. Because she's
Right.
like, who are we following? Because she
Yeah, I mean,
but yeah. So yeah, if Brightwing is continuing, she would note that, like, probably does one of those drive by, like, huh, as if Wiria banked somewhere, but so you might hear some little eagle chirping of just like, huh? But
I would.
yeah, she's gonna, unless they direct her to like stop or go the other way, she's gonna keep following Brightwing, who's following Darlton.
I mean,
I
Dalton has a idea of what is happening and why it is happening, so his opinion is we need to catch him or it's going to get worse.
Hmm.
I would say
As it is obviously doing.
Yeah, it's
For
been
my
my thought
part-
here.
since I can't really do anything being on, Felice anyway, I would think
mhm.
I don't expect it to do anything, but I'll just reflexively use primeval awareness and just let her keep lying.
Okay. So what is it that you detect with that?
Just aberrations.
Just aberrations.
With my version, it's just aberrations.
Right. Okay.
It doesn't work
okay.
like the PHB one.
Right. Okay. The group continues.
And Brunel will just call it back to Wiria as they're going by. Keep us informed, Wiria.
Oh, let's just hold on. Line.
Wiria mostly figures she's pretty well able to catch up between Brightwing being with them and Violet flying very fast. So
Right.
she's in a good position to check this out.
Okay. All right. So again, you're almost going straight towards where in the a beeline for that airship tower. When you begin to approach this sort of large plaza that's near the base of it, you can see here a scene similar to what you just saw, but only what was sort of a person height fissure is now a little bit taller than that. It's probably about 5 feet off of the ground, about 10 feet tall, and almost wide enough for maybe a small person or something to slip through. But all that you can kind of see is just this, besides a lot of fog billowing around it, this like inky black, not smoke, but like shadow stuff spilling out of it. And much like everywhere previously, all of the lights in the vicinity have been suppressed. You don't see any lanterns lit. The windows look like they've all kind of frosted over from the sudden chill in the air. And I think that's not everyone. I'm missing. Who am I missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, that is everybody. Okay.
I would say also, if we've gotten far enough that the primeval awareness is done, didn't ping anything, and Velis is aware of this, he'd probably suggest that Elias let Leah know what's going on.
There's like, you get like just the slightest hint of, okay, there's something in this city. It feels like it's underneath the city a ways, but it's barely registering.
Mm-hmm.
Darlton would get here only because he's running and is on the ground sooner than everyone else, just by nature of being on the ground.
And we're all following him, so.
And you're all following in the air. And so when he comes up to this plaza, you can see I'm trying to, every time I switch tools, it keeps switching colors, and I'm trying to pick something that's got a lot of contrast. When you get to this plaza, you can see that the area has been blanketed with fog. There's sort of like this aura of weird smoke stuff, shadow, kind of coming out of this spider web of cracks. And it is supernaturally cold. Darlton, from the sense that you get, you're getting wherever he is, he's just beyond potentially even beginning to ascend. It's probably somewhere 70, 80 feet tall. That large tower, that's where one last airship is docked. And that's probably about 100 feet past this plaza and then up a bit.
What's the total distance to that point?
To that point? Well, technically in Dungeons and Dragons, you don't actually measure height, just from a weird D&D physics standpoint, if you're actually measuring spells and things like that. So it's a little bit more than, I would say, probably 100 feet.
Okay. So he's within range, what you're saying.
Okay. You don't see him. I mean, there's a large building in front of you and a building behind that, but you can sense his presence. Elias takes your advisement into consideration and casts a sending spell to Leah, letting her know that where you are and that something weird is happening.
Is it basically he's ascending stairs within the tower, or is there some kind of lift?
That might be what you're figuring, based on like the slow kind of like movement. That's what you're getting.
Inside the tower, or is it exposed?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's an interior building.
I'm basically gonna shout out. He's going to the airship.
Then I'll fly up that way towards the top.
Heather's up.
I mean, yeah, dude. I mean, is the airship like a thing, a thing that I can see?
Yes, it's probably a good.
I would
150 feet long.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Phelis, help him. He can see.
Brendan.
Yeah, like Phelis understands words, so yeah, if they are saying to go down and pick him up, because Phelis actually has kind of no idea who this guy is, but if they are saying like go pick him up, yes, giant eagle will swoopy swoop, and now I'm like,
yeah, if we have aerial, we can basically just fly and get onto the airship and cut them off.
Do it.
I'm debating. I'm trying to think. I'm like, which would she do? Would she just? I feel like honestly, it's going to be a lot more of a hassle to try and like land so he can mount this ginormous bird.
Oh, if you pick him up, that's fine.
Yeah, I was like, she's gonna.
That leaves me free to shoot.
Yeah, to as gently as possible with Eagle Talon. Pick him up, kind of, on like grab him around his shoulders, kind of, and carry him as gently as an eagle can.
Okay.
Because I don't think I can be as precise as grabbing just like his collar, so he's totally free, but like you can still kind of awkwardly move.
I would say that you're going to have disadvantage on attack rolls because you're in the claws of an eagle being whipped about through the air. If you're planning on shooting while being held, that is up to you.
But if you need to, it's there.
Hey Daniel, hey Dan.
I mean, the target is inside a building right now, so I can't exactly take shots until he exposes
she will pick
himself.
up Darlton, and then wherever they're kind of pointing her, she and Eagle have high wisdom, so I feel like, even just tapping on her shoulder is kind of a directional, like, making sure she's steering towards.
Get to the airship.
Yeah, I was like, I mean, if she's carrying him and well, she can't actually see him underneath her, I guess, but
I mean, he's
she can
shouting.
I was like, if he's shouting, she can absolutely hear and understand that. So you'll hear like ah! as a bit of a response, I guess.
Okay.
And yeah, so she will head towards the airship.
All right. So, as you all begin to ascend and beeline towards the airship, you can see it's actually beginning to slowly pull away from the tower. Not too long after. Let's see. Okay. So, all of you are airborne at this point, and you can see on the deck of the ship are a number of cloaked figures. A lot of them seem to be moving about, doing various airship type tasks. And the Darlton, you can sense that the figure with the brand is basically emerged onto the tower, but you can't see him because he's still invisible.
I
Keegan,
will
though,
hold
can see
a
little weasel.
fairy
see.
fire for when Darlton indicates where he is.
If I know he's at the top of the tower, I will shout, "He's at the top of the tower."
Okay.
Drop fairy fire
Okay.
when we get close enough. Which is, what's my range? Oh god, I don't use this much.
I mean,
Fire's got a
if
decent
he
range.
shouts that,
60 foot.
Can't
Felice
wait to see
will
him to
fly
strike.
directly towards that area. You know.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a 60-foot range, so it's pretty long.
Okay. So you're all kind of converging on the top of this tower on this airship. You cast fairy fire. The place lights up. What color, whatever, do you use?
It's like a dark blue. I've
Gotcha.
always pictured like a dark sort of blue color.
Okay.
It would be a dex save.
Okay. Right about the time that you cast that, as like the top of the tower and the sort of like sort of a balcony, and a bit of a gangplank erupt into this blue arcane fire. You can all see and hear almost just this crack appear right on the gangplank area, and you can see it is larger, it is taller, and you can see bits and pieces of it beginning to spiderweb out, much faster and larger than the ones that you had seen before. And Keegan, he has moved because the ship started moving away, and so Keegan would have been able to witness this, but you know, the only information that he can relay to anyone else is squeak, 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 squeak.
Frantic gesturing.
Yeah, frantic. Like I would give.
Now we have weasel charades.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yep.
I was anticipating him to do that. If Felice started angling more directly towards the tower, I'd been like, "No, stay on the airship."
Yeah. So it begins to pull away.
So she'll like start going one way and then just start going. It's like,
Right.
okay.
And
He like slap the talon in that direction.
there's a gap.
Yeah.
So he misty steps across the gap to get to the
Yeah.
ship, basically. At which point, you can see there are a number of figures that have all begun to sort of take notice of the flying retinue of all of you approaching this airship. Hold on a second.
If I know Felice cannot communicate this, but whenever they start getting close to the ship, she will basically make sure she's paying super close attention to Darlton, and if he seems to shift at all, to either be trying to aim or seem to indicate that dropping him would be a good thing, maybe, or whatever. She might just
You
drop him
can
into the fray.
you can definitely tell that he is like motioning towards the airship.
If you
Without
get
a doubt.
it's like as soon as
I mean,
yeah,
yeah,
as soon as if you get above it and I feel like
Yes.
I can land on it,
Mhm.
I'm getting off.
Okay,
Hmm.
good.
So
because-
he was not on the. He had already left the tower by the time we got within 60 feet of it.
Right.
Okay.
Well, I mean, he made his saving throw,
Hmm.
Okay. Okay.
and cinematically is teleporting onto the ship as it's moving away.
Okay.
Okay. So
Hey.
Oh damn!
airship.
Hell yeah.
Airship of the damned.
Yeah, and you can see as now that you're
Airship.
closer, there are all manner of undead creatures on the ship. Darlton,
Oh, hello.
because you're very familiar with said undead creatures, you can tell that there are a number of mindless undead creatures milling about. But you can also tell that there are one or two intelligent ones.
Okay.
One of them seems to even be the pilot of the actual vessel. Looking at him, you can see that they're all dressed in what looks to be like livery. And you're guessing these people are all fairly recently undeadified.
Am I able to
Um,
cast
Oh, that
Zephyr
is
Strike on
lovely.
myself as we approach?
Yeah, so if as you all begin to bank, rise, and follow the airship, you can all have a moment. As long as you're does Zephyr Strike require somatic components?
Hold on. Mm, nope, just verbal.
Okay, good. Because if you had to let go of the eagle, I would have to make you make a dexterity check.
Yeah.
Since you don't have proficiency in, like.
Oh, Fairy
Right,
Fire
you
is
guys.
also only verbal. Fun fact.
Oh, cool. I should have, yeah. Let me, because this is going to quickly move into initiative. Let me get us there.
I'm scared to roll anything.
Turn.
I'm scared of my
Turn.
dice.
Turn. Leah's gonna have a hard time catching up. Sorry, Leah.
Yeah, well, that's fine. Like,
Right.
I was just about, and I was like, yeah, she has no idea where they're going. She's never been to Port Damali before.
She is clueless.
Yeah.
So I'm like, honestly, I don't even think she would try and follow unless she had something leading her there. Because she's just like, I guess I'll sit here and, I don't know, play cards with this guy now? Like,
Right.
free to go, but I don't know where
I
he's
mean, the
going.
urchin. I don't know what would have happened first, the
I
urchin
mean,
getting
Yeah.
there or
That's
Elias
true.
sending,
If
because they would have been like,
If
yeah,
I
we're.
sent a message and the urchin showed up, if the urchin was running back, then she would probably run with them, I guess.
So,
But they're probably faster than her.
the distance across the city is much further than the urchin can move. I mean, you all get there before the urchin has a chance to catch up and get there. So you get the message, but it would be a little while later that this kid shows up, says that he, is carrying a message from Darlton.
Picture it's you must be the Furbolg.
Right.
Oh, that's a
Yeah.
furball.
Exactly. Oh.
I see.
But I think for all intents and purposes, Lee is probably going to be out of the fight because she wouldn't be
It
able
would
to
take
get
too
there.
long, yeah.
Unless she has a flying paladin thing.
She at one point had a flying potion, but she took that a long time ago in another combat. So, she does not have the ability to fly that I know of.
Okay. All right. So everybody should have turns. So you all have a moment before, if you're aiming to land on the ship, you all have a moment before then. So if there's something that you want to do in preparation, you can definitely do that. Also,
My
if you have the
purse is
ability,
still up, or my right
Yeah.
is still up, so I
Yeah,
don't.
my sword's lit up, so.
I'm just good to go.
yeah. From what you can tell, he is below decks.
Okay.
And because Felice cannot verbally communicate it herself, she's just going to, like, she's not going to, like, barrel roll and forcefully dump Velis and Elias, so she's just going to kind of assume they're hanging on, or they have a way to get down, or if they indicate or, like, tell her that they're going to, jump off or whatever, yeah, she's just like, I don't know. So that is, she will, if they tell her that they're gonna jump or whatever, or like ask her to lower, like she'll swoop down and kind of try and glide closer to so that they can safely kind of tuck and roll, like jumping off a moving car type of thing.
I'm good with that.
Yeah, but yeah, it's like basically as long as they communicate how they're first, make sure that they are able to get off safely, because she would just as soon not try and fight as an eagle with them on her back. I guess I have to roll initiative.
Oh shit! I didn't roll either.
Hey guys, it's not a +0.
Hey, I like that roll.
Ooh.
That's a natural 20.
Nice.
Wow.
27.
Nice.
19, baby.
Side note, we're just going to look at Weasel Hegan and say,
Really
"Well,
good.
you might want to stop being a weasel."
But I'm not like.
18, that's a 21. What are these things? I never get that with Leah because she's got +0.
I mean, we have not landed yet, right?
No.
Yeah,
But I'm not going to stop being a weasel yet. Because I'm not going to change right now.
To the ship. You might want to stop being a weasel.
It just gives her a look like, duh.
All right. So, first and foremost is Velis. Now, you're currently riding on top of an eagle that is banking and arcing towards a ship.
Oh.
You did cast Zephyr Strike on yourself. So.
But I can't do anything until I can get close enough, so I just want to jump off of Felice when I get there.
And Felice goes right after you, thankfully.
So I am going to... I mean, I don't entirely know how it works, if I have to hold my jumping off, or if I'm holding an attack for when I get there, or... The goal is to jump off of Felice and stab things.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Superhero landing, and then blah.
Right. Because that's really cool. To like jump off of the eagle, tuck into a roll, stand up and stab something, and I don't want to like take that away from you. I'm going to go ahead and say that you're going to hold whatever action you want that will include that as your thing, but you need to make a dexterity acrobatics check to make sure that it's really cool.
Roll for cool.
Well,
Coolness check.
Velis
hold
rolled a 1.
on. I didn't roll a 1, but hold on.
Oh no.
I don't like butts.
No, it's not. This time the butt is the good part. Hold on.
Do
Okay.
you have inspiration
Yeah.
still?
I know. That's what I thought. You said it was an acrobatics check?
You had
Mhm.
inspiration.
Yeah, dexterity
I used
acrobatics.
it.
How long does
Okay.
enhanceability
So-
last? I don't know if that'll...
An hour.
Okay.
Anyway, I
least.
rolled a 5, so with reliable talent, that's a 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Anyway.
Hey, rogues.
Rogue.
So you've never leapt from the back of a giant eagle before, and it's kind of unusual, and you're like, oh no, but you have fallen through the air towards your target, and so as you're like beginning to fall, you're like, okay, no, I can do this, and you orient yourself in such a way that you don't like undershoot or overshoot the back of the ship and go plummeting towards the city, 150 feet below, but rather you are able to land on the deck of the ship, tuck into a roll, and come up against this close one who looks vaguely like they used to be human, except now they're almost completely hairless and they have this
These
really
walls.
weird tongue.
Hmm.
Yes.
Cute.
So
Stab.
this area here is the highest level, and then this is a level that's just below that, and then this is a third level that's just below that. So it's like
Okay.
a tiered thing.
Goes
Yeah.
down and yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool,
And
cool,
then
cool.
over on this side, it goes up one level.
All right. So I'm gonna stab.
Okay.
That's 19.
That'll definitely hit. Now,
Okay.
Felice, I'm gonna say like you took your turn to move, and so you're currently a giant eagle banking over, and over the back of the ship. Did you want to do something as a giant eagle or shift? Just so I know where you're going.
So if well, yes, I'm dropping Darlton. I don't know if that takes up the action or anything.
Right.
No,
Yeah,
no, that's
as
easy.
soon as I am above the ship, dropping Darlton, and swooping down so that Velis and Elias can hop off. Which thankfully they both rolled really high with me, so we're all going up here at the same time. It's great.
Mhm.
If I can, which I guess would technically mean holding the action until after Elias gets off, because he goes right after me, or like basically.
What's your
same
dexterity
time.
modifier?
+2.
Okay, his is the same, so I'm just gonna say he goes just before you.
Okay, so yeah, we'll say as soon as they have, jumped off of her, can I tell who seems to be like steering the ship, piloting the ship?
Well,
20.
it's very easy to tell that, but hold on a second. I just kind of wanted to know whether or not you were going to land on the ship or if you were going to like kind of continue on. But let me finish.
Okay, I mean, I
Velis
know
and
what I want to
move.
plan to do, but
Okay.
but yeah, if you're still finishing Velis,
Yeah,
Right.
I have another
I'm not
attack.
landing.
Yeah.
28 damage. 2 of that is lightning, and
Okay.
then. So do I get my bonus action or just my extra attack from Gloomstalker?
You technically don't have a bonus attack.
Okay, so
or a
I
bonus
just get
action
my.
at the moment. Yeah.
I just get my other regular
Right.
attack because first turn. Okay.
Yeah. I
that's
I
even
just
better.
baked the move into the attack action because it was cool.
25.
To hit?
Yeah.
Oh, this thing is like, ooh.
Okay, and then
My
so
chair
the
is
second
falling
hit-
apart.
Oh no!
Oh.
Yeah.
Isn't that a new chair?
Yeah. Well,
Oh.
new-ish. I gotta.
Okay, so
That's not good. I have to screw everything back together or something.
okay, so that on that one is
This thing isn't wearing armor. I mean, its skin looks to be,
plus
leathery and rotting and weird, but
12 damage on the second one.
okay.
And then I'm gonna. Oh, I can't move because okay.
Mm-mm.
Nope, that's it. I'm in his face.
Yeah. So these would have been like critical strikes that would have taken down any person. But this creature is undead, and even though you've inflicted like grievous damage to its body and its form, it doesn't really feel pain, and it just kind of like turns to regard you, and you can see its tongue and this spittle as howls at you, but it doesn't take its turn yet. It's actually Elias's turn. So he doesn't like leap off
3-point landing that Velis does.
And like tuck into a roll as cool as Velis, but he did get a 27 on his athletics check to jump.
Yeah.
And so he does leap off of the eagle, like actually kind of like clearing Velis, and landing directly in front of the pilot with his holy symbol raised up, and he's going to turn undead because there's a bunch of this.
This is a great thing to do with an airship that's up in the air over the city.
The cleric on the undead ship.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Are people going to be okay?
It's probably not destroy undead level, so at least
Yeah.
Does he not destroy undead level?
He does,
Oh,
yes.
that is- Yeah.
That's
I
5.
think so.
Well,
He's
you
It's
had
fifth level.
Destroy Undead for a while.
Yeah, it's 5th
Yeah,
level.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, it's if I recall, it's like if they're below whatever challenge rating, they're just
Yes.
destroyed.
Yeah, they're
If
just
the
they're
challenge
gone.
above
rating
that,
goes
they're
up
just turned.
after a certain point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, because he can and it's only within 30 feet, he like, I'm gonna say he kind of just bull rushes past him, and while he is running and jumping, because he'd want to get everybody, and also because this is really really cool, he uses Turn Undead, and so this wave of sort of this white golden, it's like almost a ring of flame just emanates from him. And you can see well, let's roll. Okay, so the 2 undead that are up on the deck where you all came on, kind of like shield their eyes a little bit from it as this like flame washes over them, but they otherwise seem relatively unaffected. But all of these zombies that were on the deck, along with a number of shadows that none of you had seen because they were dark and you can't see that, are just incinerated. It's just poof, 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 as that wave of energy kind of radiates from him.
Nice.
Cool.
And then like he kind of like does a 3-point landing before he stands back up. And he,
That actually worked.
yeah.
Hey!
Okay. Yeah. So Felice lands,
So Felice is
depositing
not actually...
Tarleton.
Oh yeah, she's dropping Darlton. She's not actually going to land though.
Oh, okay. What is she doing?
So she's dropping him. Once they have dismounted, she's gonna keep going, and if she can tell, I'm assuming this vampire-looking dude is the one piloting this thing.
Yes.
She's gonna try and pick him up.
Okay.
love it.
That's interesting. So he's like doing this to Elias. Go ahead and make a strength
he's
athletics
doing
check with your eagle.
Oh,
He's like doing like shielding his eyes and holding up his hand.
because this turn undead. Oh, goody.
Yeah.
Well, and I rolled well. Let's see. Eagle
Yeah.
strength is they actually don't have an athletics stat.
They're just
So I
strength.
It's
use
just their
modifier?
strength score.
Just
Strength.
make a strength check.
Cool, because they are stronger than Felice. So that is a 20 total.
Okay.
Ooh.
So the Undead Pilot, because this cleric comes out of nowhere throwing holy fire everywhere, is not really paying attention, and so he had disadvantage. So he rolls a 12. And just
Hey!
at the time that the light begins to dim and he like turns and like hisses and you can see these fangs at Elias, he's just like whoop, as this giant
Okay, bye.
eagle, okay, bye, grabs him.
And so yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have technically tons of movement as an eagle. I don't know if
Yes,
we want
you
to say
do.
that.
Teeny!
Like,
Thank you so much
basically my
for the
goal is
host. How you
just-
doing, friend?
well,
Fling him off that side of the deck.
Good to see you.
If we don't want this ship to go much of anywhere, the fastest way to do that is to take whoever's piloting it and just.
Yeet!
So yeah, she's gonna just kind of swoop, and once she is not over the ship, just drop him.
Fuck yeah.
Okay.
The undead pilot.
All right. So the giant eagle,
No idea how to play.
with one
It's about
claw, drops
imagination.
Darlton. With the other claw,
And
claw
Click Clack
grabs
Math Rocks.
this Undead Pilot, and within like seconds, there's just air, and it's just
It's this blinding light. The next thing you know, it's just falling.
Hell yeah.
Excellent.
I love
and
it.
we'll
I
say
love
that is
everything
my
about this.
turn. Yeah, she will,
Get
start
yourself
coasting
PHP
back
and
around,
find
but
a
she's
find a
big,
group
so
and
she
you're all
kinda has
good.
to probably wide swing it, so.
You don't even need a
We'll say that's
PHP.
my
You can
turn.
just
okay.
there's like free
I'm happy with that.
free
All
version.
right.
It's a good turn.
Yep. Felice is having fun dropping things today, I'm realizing.
It's fun. It's a lot of fun to drop things.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So at the end of Felice's turn, as the figure is like falling, it's going to use one of its legendary actions to turn into a bat and flap its
Motherfucker.
way. And you can see it turn, veer, and like go, like tuck in its wings as it kind of like darts into a porthole into the deck or the hold area of the ship.
I
Ah,
take it
goddamn.
My eagle eyes could see that.
Oh, you totally saw that happen. And you can hear squeak, 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 squeak.
Can the eagle just after it?
Yeah. You on your turn you can.
I mean, it's not moving. I'm just the
Right.
squawking response of "I'm louder than you."
Yeah. Darlton, I would say that you definitely saw that happen.
Okay.
Just because of your perspective and whatnot. Because like almost immediately as the figure started falling, it transformed into a bat.
That is fair.
All right.
So somewhere
I'm...
below and forward a bit is Iarno.
Okay.
Somewhere under in below decks.
Are you done?
Am I done what?
With anything you were gonna say?
Yes.
Okay. So I basically I land and roll and just immediately sighting on this guy.
Be gone, Bach.
Mhm.
And I'm going to bonus action. I'm going to use Blood Curse of the Marked on him.
Okay.
So he takes an additional Humacraft die
Okay.
whenever I hit him.
Oops, I also realized I misnamed
and
the
I'm going
stream
to...
title. Damn it. Stupid typos.
Yeah, I'm just
Where is-
gonna take a shot. That's a natural 19.
You're already famous
So
in my
that's-
heart. You don't need those bots.
Pretty sure that's more than 30 total.
Yeah, natural
don't need
19
them.
will hit.
They'll only hurt
for
you.
sure.
There you go, let me,
And since Velis did damage
there
to
we go.
him, I'm going to
Fixed.
use another charge from my coat.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it? Here it is. This is 6 damage die I'm rolling. With sneak attack. Alright. So that is... I'm gonna break this up. So... Oh, nice. A 5 and a 6 on my sneak attack.
Nice. I rolled
Uh,
shit on my sneak attack.
So 6, 17, 24 piercing, 9 radiant, and 3 necrotic.
Okay. Yeah, so it like shies away from that holy flame and then just and you just like see just disintegrated as this bolt from Darlton's cross. I'm assuming it was a crossbow, right? You're shooting it?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Basically just takes it in the side and just and it's just gone.
Okay. And then do
That
I
was
see any
impressive.
targets on deck?
No.
Okay. Then I'm looking for the closest way below deck.
Your guess is that there's a door here.
Okay. So I basically have to go down and around.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let's go 5, 10. I'll go there.
Okay.
And that is my turn.
All right. Keegan, you're an angry weasel on the back of a flying pony.
I will call out that.
Timing.
Sound of Emming.
Anyway, I
Are
will
we
say
even
he's below
close-
deck.
okay. Are we even close enough for me to
mean-
Yeah, no.
So I really can't do anything until she gets
You might
close
need to
enough for me
wait
get
until
off.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can
Yeah.
hold an action.
Yeah, hold an action.
Yeah, I'm basically gonna hold back until she gets close enough that he can jump off, and he'll transform back probably halfway down.
Okay. All right. Pernell.
Well, hearing is below deck, going to basically dash fly over to see. Do I also see that entryway?
Yeah.
All right. Then she's
That's
going
the only
to
doorway that looks like it goes below the hold.
kind of swoop down over there. Let me make sure of my distance here because I have. This is interesting because I have 60-foot fly
Sure.
speed of dashing, but once I get on, I have to put the wings away. So is that the end of my movement?
Well, okay. So, what is your current fly speed?
60.
Okay. So you get there,
Mm-hmm.
and you can land on the ground, but you can't get inside.
Okay.
Now, if you dash, you're going to be on the deck of the ship, so then you can spend your action to dash inside the hold of the ship.
Okay.
Or the what cabin, actually. That's the word I've been looking for.
Okay, so my movement is to get to about here. Then I will use my action to dash down.
Okay. All right. So much like the previous thing on the ship, I'm not going to have like the different levels and whatnot. But I didn't have an interior on this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a marker on draw shape.
Yeah.
We'll make it like...
Now she's going by, she'd yell over to Hegan. Hegan, follow me. I need to see your eyes.
All right. Okay. So you have now entered the hold of the ship. It's going to be a little abstract, or the cabin. You're now in the cabin. The hold is going to be a separate zone.
Okay.
All right. And you can see a little bat. Squeak, 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 squeak.
Okay. And let me see if I can do this right now. I can't remember exactly what I did last time. Ah, I can. So just because I can, in case of deal combat, I'm going to second wind.
Okay.
So hopefully I don't get stunned again. We'll see. Oh, that is not the right die anyway. Why was I doing that?
Oops.
Okay. That's okay. Ooh, plus 21. Nice.
Okay.
And that is my turn.
All right. Where are you?
All right. So Wea is going to have Phyla bank around to drop off Hegan.
Okay.
So that would trigger his held action, but also there's no one on deck. She's actually going to stay in the air for now.
Mm-hmm.
And send Brightwing to follow Purnell. So that if she needs to see what's going on below decks, she can.
Okay.
And she's just going to stay in the air and wait for anything that she can Eldritch Blast, because she's up in the air and might as if something shows up. She's going to Eldritch Blast it.
All right. Brightwing pops up and goes below decks.
I shall be right back, chat.
He sees the bat kind of floating around. He goes like... All right. It is now the pilot's turn. And you can see the pilot, Purnell, she stepped away, but transform from a bat back into a humanoid form. And just kind of striding forward very intently, focusing his attention on Purnell. And things are going to happen when Purnell comes back.
So did Purnell go under the deck? Is that what?
Yes.
No, went
She is
the
now
ship.
in the
I
cabin,
did
yes.
step away for a sec.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a
Okay.
box up in the top right that indicates this is the cabin zone.
Oh.
There's
I
another
was zoomed in,
box.
I couldn't see it.
Yeah. There's another
I have a tiny
box.
screen.
Oh, nope, not that one. Hold on. Wait, do you all see the box?
I see
I
the
see
tan
one
box.
box.
The gold
Yeah.
colored box, whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
Right wing is
It has Purnell and Brightwing and Vampire Dude.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm trying to select it. Here we go. Control, paste. There we go. And it's gonna go over down here.
Yeah.
And it represents the hold. Okay. Which is deeper in the ship. Okay.
I was like, what happened to all the things that had their super low initiative? And I was like, right, they exploded.
Yeah. They went. Purnell, the bat transforms back into this undead creature, and he strides forward towards you. And I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
Okay. That's a nat 1, so I'm going to Indomitable and use my other die. Because fuck you. Thank goodness for
You're
wisdom
currently
resilience. Oh, fuck. Alright, so that was nat 1, so I used a Indomitable. So that is a 17.
Okay. That was what you needed.
Whew!
You can hear
Wisdom
the
resilience, indeed.
raspy voice whispering, and there is no compulsion that comes over you. You are unaffected by this creature's charms.
Ugh.
All right. And it
Disgusting.
seems to realize that you are not swayed by it, and it just kind of hisses.
I sneer back at it. Oh,
Yeah.
disgusting.
But it does keep approaching you. Continuing to hiss with its teeth bared. Okay. With no pilot, the ship lurches, and it begins to shift and drift, kind of like going slightly off kilter, just a little bit. And I need everyone to make a dexterity saving throw as the deck of the ship begins to shift, but underneath them.
Except for me, who's still.
And Maria, who is on horse in the air.
Except for anyone who is not currently on the
My
ship.
logic. We are familiar, so it's okay if the ship falls, right?
Well, that's a nat 1.
I'm gonna burn my
Okay.
Indomitable because that was
All right.
bad
Yeah. If
Don't
you
use-
get anything less than a 14,
Okay.
you are now prone.
I am
I'm gonna
good.
hold that for if I get
Wait,
fucking
nine.
charmed again, so.
Yeah, you can.
Dex save.
It is a dexterity saving throw. Yes.
Natural 20.
Okay. Purnell, did you say that you are prone?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, hold on a second. Technically, this creature, since it is standing in the cabin of the ship, it is definitely on the ship, also needs to make a dexterity saving
Yeah,
throw.
get wrecked.
Fuck. Not one.
Yes!
So it's like
We both just now wanted
it,
to say.
it goes to like get you, and then all of a sudden, like the ship lurches. Like Brightwing's just kind of like sitting there floating, and then like you go down, the vampire goes down, just eyes kind of going wide. So at
Not to the
end
enemy thing, I'm
of-
gonna punch him off.
Yeah, at the end of the ship's turn, it's going to use one of its legendary actions to bite you.
Motherfucker.
Now, since you're prone, it has a
But it's also prone, so it has disadvantage.
so it has disadvantage. So it doesn't have advantage on the attack. It's just sort of like and like as you kind of go over into a tumble, it tries to bite you. Okay. That is going to be a total of 27.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
All right.
Ouch.
Oh, actually, technically, hold on. No, it is not going to bite you. Instead, it is going to try and grab onto you and grapple you, because it has to grapple you before it can bite you. But you're totally now grabbing, like you're kind of like rolling back and forth on the floor, and he's pressing down against you with his teeth bared, and it looks like he's totally going to bite you.
Yeah, but Brightwing better not tell anybody about this forever.
All right. Okay. That is now, since it didn't do a bite, it just did the unarmed strike. That only took one of its legendary actions, so it still has 2 more.
Is it so the grapple isn't contested?
So it has to hit you, and then if it hits
then it
you're grappled.
Okay,
you can escape on your turn.
Okay.
All right. Velis.
Yeah, I'm going to just run and jump down the levels so I can get to the door.
Acrobatics, dexterity check.
This is the worst fucking Cabedon.
You can just do 1 as part of your movement.
Well, that's a 2, so that's another 20 because of reliable talent.
Right. So you're like you ducked, you got into a roll, you like balanced yourself, and as you're like about to take another leap, the ship kind of lurches underneath you again, and so it's just really unsteady footing. So instead of like doing this really cool sailing leap over Elias's head, you kind of just do like barely a parkour jump over the ledge. So he sailed over your head, but you didn't get to sail over his leg.
Still a 20.
Yeah, but what did you roll? This just means that you catch yourself and you don't beef, but you still rolled low. But you can easily get to that cabin door.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in. I got 60 feet with my bonus, so
yeah,
I should be able to get right up on Mr. Fighty Face.
Yeah, so you burst in there, and you can see this vampire's got Purnell like pinned against the ground and is going in for a bite.
Looks like an easy shanking opportunity since he's on the ground.
Right.
I'm gonna stab a bitch.
You have advantage
you can actually
because
move yourself over.
Well, I rolled not fantastic actually, so that's a dirty 20.
I rolled not fantastic, so it's just a 20.
9 with advantage.
That's true.
Does the lightning damage matter to separate that out?
It's fine. It's as long as it's not it's magic. It's
cool. Was that?
What was that?
One of my D6s was just spinning and spinning and spinning like a top for a minute.
Excuse me.
19, 2, 28, 30, 33 plus 6, 39 damage with the first hit. And then I'm going to go ahead and use my Zephyr Strike second attack. Which I actually haven't used that in a while. Hold on.
It does an extra D8 damage, I think.
No, it doesn't give me an extra attack, so I can't use it. I cannot use it now.
Oh wait, no, that's the
No, I can't use it right now. If I have any more movement, I'll step back against the wall. Just like here.
Okay.
Any movement that I had left, he can't take an opportunity attack with Zephyr Strike up.
Right. He's very focused, and ordinarily this would have crippled a person, but instead of like a gout of blood and whatnot, it's just sort of this weird coagulated kind of like dark black slime that just kind of oozes out of what would have been probably a killing blow. But he doesn't mind too much, because at the end of your turn, he's going to use his remaining 2 legendary actions and take a big old bite out of Purnell.
Fuck you.
Okay. That's going to be a 20 against your armor class.
Yep.
Okay.
Hey, Soul, thank you so much for the sub.
This is such a big character sheet. Hold on.
How are you doing? Good to see you.
All right.
Oh, hey, Dag. Also good to see you. Sorry. How have you been? I'm getting bitten by a vampire.
Okay, that is not a super great roll. You take 4 points of piercing damage and 10 points of necrotic damage, and your hit points are reduced by 14.
Okay.
Or actually, technically, only by the necrotic part, so that's 10.
Okay.
But you can feel him, like, literally sinking his teeth into you and drinking of your essence as he also heals himself back up just a smidge.
Dream's okay so far, besides the whole being fucking bitten by a vampire part.
It's Elias's turn, and
Yay.
he's not going to have
I know
any of
the
that.
field
So he's
ag.
going to run in, see an actual vampire leaning over Pernell, and he's going to go ahead. Oh, no, he's not. He is out of 3rd level spell slots.
No! Can he upcast?
It is not one that you can upcast, apparently.
Upcast.
Though.
You can theoretically upcast.
I mean,
You can upcast, you just won't get any.
cast it with a higher level slot. He just doesn't get a benefit.
Yeah.
Right.
So I was like, technically, if you have a slot, you can upcast. It might not.
He
have
will.
effect, but...
He will absolutely cast daylight.
Oh fuck yeah!
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So he pulls out that mace that's really good against undead, and it brightens up, but it just sort of like keeps on brightening and brightening until a point where it's almost becoming blindingly bright.
I picture Felice the bird is just watching as like sun starts pouring out of the ship because she's
and you can all see just like rays of light emerging from the cabin of the ship. Okay, and that does. Okay, it's actually just light. Does he have something bigger? He might have used something bigger otherwise.
Does he have dawn?
No.
Although
That's gonna hurt us.
Yeah, that would.
I think
Ouch.
for once,
And it's huge.
I think for once, for one brief moment, Velis is just like, "Thank you, Raven Queen."
The thing is, though, this is like, it's actual sunlight. Or does it count as sunlight?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah. So this vampire is immediately like, well, it doesn't have any more legendary actions, but it drops the grapple at the very least. Felice.
All right. So I can't actually see what is going on inside the ship. I know he flew in there.
Yeah.
The
You're kind of
top
like
of the ship.
banking around. You're seeing all this
what's
light coming off of it.
Like, was Darlton still seem to be tracking something on top of the ship?
No, he's aiming to get below.
Okay. It looks like
Yeah.
his attention. So it.
I mean, what's your
It's safe
insight?
to
Like, how
assume-
well do you read this body language kind of thing?
My passive insight, both me and the eagle, is 20. So.
Yeah, you can definitely tell he's headed in.
Me and the eagle, who have all the same mental stats, I love it. So if I can logically reason that everything is now happening below deck,
It seems that
Eagle's
way.
not really gonna fit below deck.
Mm-hmm.
Can I mean, how big are the port windows?
Big
They,
enough
like-
for a bat, not big enough for an eagle.
How about a gnome?
Yes, for sure.
Okay, so, and I feel like Felice at least would know whether or not this is a thing that she could reasonably attempt.
You
If
could
I
certainly
start
try.
to kind of dive bomb towards a porthole,
You can certainly
and I
try, but I'm
shoot
gonna
back
need
right
you
before
to
hitting
make.
it.
I'm gonna need you to
Shoot
make
this gnome through there.
a dexterity acrobatics check.
Okay.
In order to. So actually, hold on. This is less about aim. Well, it is both aiming
It's a lot
and
of aiming.
also about control over your animal shape.
Okay.
So I'm gonna
Well,
need
both
this. I'm
me
gonna need you to
and
make two
Hannibal
things.
have proficiency in acrobatics, if that helps.
So we're gonna do two things. One, we're going to see how well you can angle yourself and aim. So
Okay.
dexterity acrobatics check for that.
Is that using my modifier or the birds? Because
This is a physical action as the bird.
cool, then 18.
Okay, so you are honing in on this port. Now, it's just a matter of being able to control your shaping so that you can time it so that you go through as a gnome and not like get your head stuck into the side of the ship as a giant eagle. So, I need
Oh,
you
yeah,
to make
man.
a wisdom check for me.
Just straight wisdom?
It's just straight wisdom. There's no unless you have
Ooh,
there isn't a
okay.
skill that governs this. So
I know, yeah. That's okay, 21.
okay. So there is like a brief moment where like the tip of the eagle's beak is beginning to protrude through the porthole as you then do a tuck and roll, transform into Felice, and just shoot into the cabin with like incredible eagle speed. So it's like
Gnome at eagle velocity.
yeah, so this vampire is like reeling back, and all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, no! And you just basically smack into him,
Chaos.
and just as for effect, because he's already prone, I will say he like stood up, staggered back, and then all of a sudden just got like this face full of gnome.
Guys,
As
it's
Felice rockets
bowling
into
for
the cabin.
vampires is what we are doing here. We are vampire bowling now.
Still prone, and that is your movement. So you can no, didn't hit
Cool.
it. You have your action.
All right. So I'm all the way over here. Okay.
There's so much momentum that you kind of just shot across the entire cabin.
Yeah. Well, I had like 2 ideas, based, which depending kind of on where I landed and in range of different things.
So physical proximity. So in terms of like when you're in the cabin, don't worry about actual like spacing and whatnot. Like I know there's grids on the the map, but it's like this is at this point it's like abstract. It's all close together, close combat, hectic kind of thing.
So my initial thought,
Mm-hmm.
did I land within like reach of Velis?
If you want to be near Velis, you can be near Velis. And that's another thing is that space is flexible. It doesn't take any effort.
I mean, I figure if he's kind of running around and, I don't know, hitting things being Velis, I can slap him at some point. Because I saw him, if I recall, I saw him take like this massive hit from the cultist, like back on the port, right?
Yeah, you did.
So I'm like, you know, not to metagame, I'm like, I don't know what it did, but it looked like it really messed him up. And that's just kind of been sitting in the back of her mind. But then it was like, well, I got a bird. So she is going to, whenever Velis gets, in reach or runs past her or something, she's going to reach over and she's going to Greater Restoration on Velis, which will remove the limiter on his max HP.
Right. Okay. You can totally do that.
Yeah. That's what she's doing.
Is that now or is it happening later?
That's I mean, if we're ruling that it's basically we're all close because it's not very big in here.
She does it on her turn is when it's happening.
Yes.
Okay.
Your HP are still whatever
They're
they
still
were.
reduced.
Yeah, but the maximum is back up.
Yes, the maximum is back to normal.
Right.
Yep. Yeah, I've been sitting on that for a while. Like,
I just looked at my sheet. Max HP modifier -42.
Yep.
It was a lot. All
yeah,
right.
I was like, I remembered that being a big one, and that was definitely a thing that I'd been sitting on because I had 1/5 level left. So.
Cute.
Yep. So yes, there is that.
Okay.
And the description actually popped up in there because I have the extension on. So
at this point, Keegan, you can see the sort of the large wheel that vampire was using to pilot the ship is like slowly spinning, but like it's beginning to pick up speed and kind of spin faster and faster and faster as the ship is beginning to drift further and further and further. And I need anyone who is currently standing on or in the ship to make another dexterity saving throw. This one is going to be a little bit tougher.
I think I'm already
Yeah,
prone,
but
so
Bessie, you still need to have
Um,
the components if they have a gold cost.
Pernell, you're already on the ground.
I don't know. I always forget that we do
Like,
that.
don't get me wrong. I want the HP.
No, I know.
just want to make sure that that's.
I mean, I'll be
okay.
honest. I always forget that we do that, at least with Felice, because
Also,
If
it's
Felice
28.
has the spell, if she
Yeah.
had it prepared, she would have material components for it.
Okay.
That's not the
Yeah.
thing I'm concerned about.
I can subtract the gold from her inventory if that helps. So like,
This
even
time
it
it's going to
out.
be a little bit harder. It's DC 15. Also, the ship now has begun to list to one side, and so there's now a slant that's steep enough to make it difficult to move about. Everything is considered difficult terrain.
We might not want to crash the ship into the town.
And at this point, it's kind of like come almost full circle, and you can just kind of see the tower kind of come into view in front of the ship. And there's, I mean, Zephyr Strike is a concentration spell, right? Which means fairy fire dissipated.
Yes.
Okay. So it's no longer lit up with blue fire. What you see instead is the crack that was there as the ship kind of like begins to come around. You can see it is larger. And there is just billowing darkness and fog emanating from it. And you can see like the top of the gangplank is or the stone balcony is like frosted over from the cold. And it's weird because you can almost see through it a little bit. And you can just kind of catch a glimpse of like maybe stone or something on the other side. Darlton. It is whatever it is almost directly below you now. Deeper in the ship.
He's basically just gonna shout, "Somebody get this boat under control," as he's running.
Okay.
And I'll hop the banister.
Okay. That's actually up.
Okay.
So
well,
the door itself is right here.
Oh, so just on the lower level, I can just go straight through. Okay.
Yeah, if you go through it, you're in the cabin.
I will take that.
Okay. So you can see at the back of the cabin there are what looks to be a door that's kind of at this point it's like banging open. Everything is difficult terrain, so you're at half speed, by the way.
Okay. I mean,
because like the ship
already.
is you were really close already, yeah. But the ship is like literally at like a 30-degree angle right now, and it's turning. You can see at the back of the cabin is a set of stairs that look like they lead down.
I'm noting that there is also a vampire in this room.
And there is also a vampire in this room that is like currently like rolling back and forth on the ground with Pernell. It is chaos in this cabin. At this point, actually, just for reference, this thing is not. Hold on. I realize that when I'm trying to create sort of this back. I'm trying to select the cabin because it's really much bigger than it should be. Which there we go. It's probably more like that than anything else. This is weird. It's let me move this back into place. Okay. Because it's now getting very cramped in here with all of these people. Vampire.
Okay. It's also streaming daylight in here, and he
And
is on
it's-
the ground.
Mm-hmm.
in pain, probably.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It seems that its only intent now. Actually, no, it's no longer grappling per now because I said as soon as the sunlight went off, it is
Okay.
kind of doing that.
Whew.
Okay. Well, if it's
what
not
are you doing?
entangled with her, I might just.
It is not entangled with her.
Get it
It's
out of
technically still prone though.
I also have sharpshooter, but I can also give myself advantage. I mean, I have crossbow expert as well.
Okay. In which case, you're fine. I mean, it's a prone, cowering vampire. I would say that the advantages and disadvantages would cancel out, and so you just have a straight roll.
Okay. Cool. Well, I will take it then, because he is still in range of other people.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that's not that great. What's my modifier again? Oh, it's 14. So 18?
Okay. That'll definitely hit.
Okay. I'll take it. Sneak attack. Right damage. Ah. Nice. So 22 piercing and 5 radiant.
Okay.
Another. That's higher to hit, so.
That'll definitely hit then.
So 10 piercing and another 5 radiant.
Okay.
I have a bonus action.
What would you like to do with your bonus action?
I'll probably use it to dash to move further along through the cabin.
Okay. To get to the so I would say you can get across the cabin, weaving around people, and begin to descend the stairs into the hold.
Okay.
So wherever is here is down here, but the hold is full of. You can see there's like a bunch of corpses down here. You can see an area that had been like cleared, like roughly cleared away, and there's like this sort of clearly necromantic, some kind of circle that's been like painted in blood, but all of the implements that were there have like all rolled and are like rolling to the side as the ship is beginning to shift and list. And there's boxes and crates and barrels and stuff that are all kind of like falling and tumbling as the ship is rolling and moving. But you definitely get the sense of whatever it is that you're going after is continuing along this path. It's like moving towards the back of the ship.
Cool.
Okay. Keegan.
Well, I guess Keegan's going to go attempt to stop the boat from their ship from keeling over.
All right. Go ahead and just make a strength check.
I would love to.
As it's like you're just gonna try and grab the wheel as it's spinning.
17.
All right. That's enough to at least stop it from spinning. But you're not gonna necessarily be able to, at least right now at this moment, pull back against the pressure of the ship turning at the moment. But you've stopped it from like spinning further. At this point, it's now kind of like just drifting forward. Okay. Do you have a bonus action or something else that you'd like to?
I don't have anything else.
Okay. Yeah, so you're just holding on, like the all the muscles in your arms tensing as it's like pulling against you, but you're able to keep a grip on it. Pernell, vampire is rolled off of you. It is.
Well, she's gonna first things
cringing.
first stand up, do one of these, just like up thing on her neck, and then just basically like step on this thing that's on the ground and start like digging into it.
You have advantage on your attacks because it is prone.
Fuck this guy. Well, that's not a good first one.
Right.
6 + 2, but it's still 18?
That'll hit, yeah.
Cool. Let's
Hear
go.
him shouting out, Albrecht!
Fuck him. 11 slashing damage and 7 radiant.
Okay.
The first attack, second attack, also marked. Natural 20, fuck you.
Yeah.
He also gets a fairy fire as the
Okay.
radiant blade shoots up. So we're just doubling this and stuff. So he has to make, I guess, a save. $18 slashing and 13 radiant. And is he fairy fired?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
Yep. So just in case he gets back up, everyone else still gets advantage on him. Third attack.
Just for reference, I mean he's been below for a while, so hold on. Okay, this is overlapping, compact, bars, player permissions, C. All right. Save. There we go. You see the little health bar that is remaining?
I do not, but
Yeah. Okay.
nope.
No.
So third hit hits still. So that's 12 slashing and 4 radiant.
It is seriously injured. It is
then-
panicking. It
But
shouted
bonus.
out for Albrecht again.
And bonus with the other blade. Also hits, but that's just 12 slashing.
All right. You all took down a vampire in one round.
Fuck that guy.
Yeah,
Kind of,
yeah.
pounced. Like,
Yeah,
I mean, one
You can
round that
see him-
included daylight, so
Yeah.
You can see as you're just slicing into this thing, its form beginning to shift, and you can see it trying to turn to mist, but as
Daylight.
the daylight is
As
just sort of
you-
emanating, it just begins to burn away, and you can just hear this high pitched shriek.
And then she just kind of like glares down at the ash and then just shakes her head and runs off after below where Darlton went.
Okay.
Because that was
Can't
only
get
5 feet of
very
movement.
far.
Actually,
Um,
I only use 5 feet of movement to stand up because of my
Oh, that's right. Okay. Well, it's still difficult terrain. So you can get to the stairs and begin to go down, but you don't have enough movement because the ship, although it's basically, Hegan kept the ship from turning completely on its side. So good job, but it's still slanted
Okay.
severely.
Then how far can I get here?
You can
Vegan is the
basically,
lifesaver.
actually get to the edge.
you can get to the edge. That you're not
Alright.
technically in the hold yet, but
Alright, so where's
you're almost
the-
there. So
I remember exactly where it was. But...
game purposes, you're still in the cabin, basically.
Okay. Then I'll just keep myself where I am and then move next turn.
Okay. Where ya? Oh, hold on. This guy's gone.
Assume I'm just down there next time.
Is going
Let's go get
to speak through Brightwing and say, "Can anyone steal a ship? Hegan stopped it, but So
Yeah,
that's what
you're-
you hear
you're-
down below.
Yeah, if nobody can get the ship righted, it's probably gonna just barrel right into that.
Your
tower.
jack of all trades might be the closest thing we have, Weary.
No,
with
if Felice hears that is definitely a good on it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, this is a ship. Just because it's not in water, it's still a ship, isn't it? And as soon as she's back in her own eyes, she will. Phyla's gonna land, and she's gonna hop off Phyla.
Okay.
And she is going to go over to Hegan and be. I mean, she's weak as she's not strong, but she's gonna be ready to at least help where she can.
Okay.
To try to keep this ship from crashing into Port Damali with them on top of it.
Okay. All right. So the ship has stopped its listing to the side, but it's still moving forward. And if anything, you almost sense that it's like still picking up speed. But it's now going in a straight line and it's no longer turning. Velis. You're fairly certain that you're probably, say, at the current rate, maybe one round away from it crashing.
Cool. Someone get the ship under control.
Yeah. So it's going to move forward on its next step, and then it's going to move forward again into the ship or into the tower.
Okay.
I know that I don't know anything about ships, so I am not going to be of any use there. So just to the group. Now what?
Invisible guy? So there's another guy. I don't know.
I'm gonna.
Felice
Well, I
is
would have
not
seen where
actually
Darlton
listening
went,
much
so I'll
to
go in
Velis.
after him.
Yeah, I was like, Felice.
Yeah, Darlton
Like,
just like came through.
Can Felice
shot
get
the
back there in
vampire,
time?
and just kept going.
Yeah, I'm
He
gonna
didn't
go.
actually stop running. He just fired and ran and reloaded and fired and reloaded and ran.
I am going to just pop in here, I guess. And
into the hold.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna take a dodge action.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. Sounds good.
Wait.
Hey.
Hey.
You have an excellent sense of timing because it is Elias's turn.
Elias's turn, yes.
So let me catch you up really quickly.
You did things. You did a lot of things.
Hey.
Elias did a couple of things. So to catch you up,
including riding a giant eagle, but that's
yes, there was also a giant eagle involved. Darlton takes off. Everybody basically starts chasing Yarno Albrecht. Felice drops the spell, and all of the puppet fish people and the ship come crashing down. It is a huge fishy sushi mess that everyone is leaving to someone else to clean up. There's some weird Shadowfell things that were like more and more the closer and closer you caught up to the guy. More and more these sort of like cracks in space. Where Shadowfell shadows and coldness were kind of seeping through, and they were getting steadily bigger and bigger and bigger, until you got to the airship berth that was in the on one side of the city. Yarno was climbing the tower to get to the airship, and he got onto it, and it started taking off. And since everyone else was kind of flying, Felice was in a giant eagle form carrying Velis, Elias, and Darlton. Everybody kind of like jumps on the ship. Velis does a cool roll and jump and stab. And Elias just kind of like with a 27 athletics check, kind of just 3-point hero lands and then drops what did he do? Turn undead. That like cleared the ship of zombies. But there was a vampire that giant eagle Felice snatched up and yeeted off the ship, but then flew back into the cabin as a bat. Started getting into it with Purnell a little bit, got her bitten, didn't quite charm her, had her pinned down, and then like everyone just kind of swarms in. Elias uses a daylight spell and just completely ruins his day as more and more people show up in the cabin and just disintegrate the guy. Yarno is somewhere in the hold of the ship, which is now currently careening towards a collision with the tower, and it's probably one round from crashing into the tower. Hegan has grabbed a hold of the sort of ship wheel to keep the ship from kind of turning completely on its side and like dumping everyone overboard, but he hasn't exactly got control of the ship exactly. You are in the cabin. Brightwing is actually floating next to you. Purnell is about to dash down to the hold to join Darlton and Velis, and Felice like basically went from giant eagle form, swooped into a gnomish projectile, and like smashed into the vampire, and is now probably going to be going right immediately after you.
Yeah.
And that's where we left
She
off.
she
Or
greater
where-
restoration Velis. So
yes.
he can be healed now. He hasn't been
Mhm,
healed, but the limit on his max HP is gone.
I
Yeah,
used one of
Came in like
Elias's
a projectile and did that.
Less
for
dying.
daylight.
Huh?
I used one of Elias's 4th level slots to cast
Okay.
daylight, and so
I was
your
about to ask.
mace is like, it's not just glowy; it's super glowy. It's daylight glowy.
Okay.
And I think I used your last channel divinity as well.
Yeah. So I was looking to see. Yes. Did you already? Looks like you already marked it off on the
Mm-hmm.
character sheet. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So. I still don't know what to
So Yarno is somewhere below decks. You are in the cabin. There's a stairwell that goes further below decks into the hold where he is and where Velis and Darthlin are. There aren't any other threats on the ship that anyone's been able to find or see.
Okay, sorry. I'll turn up my volume. But so Elias is below.
Elias is in the cabin.
It's in the
The
cabin.
little boxes.
Yeah, so there's a box up top that's the cabin, and there's a box
Okay.
down at the bottom that's the hold.
Okay.
Also, the ship is like tilted over by like 20,
Okay.
30 degrees, so it's kind of difficult to walk anywhere.
I don't. I'm still sorry. I'm still not really. I have like a general idea of what's going on, but I still don't know what's.
Yeah, there's a lot.
So at this point, it's either go further below to help try and get the invisible guy we've been chasing this whole time, or head back up top to help right the ship potentially.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Or if anybody is bleeding out and dying, I don't know.
Someone
Well,
yeet
Actually,
Faylease at
Brunel
that.
did take some hits.
I'm fine.
Yeah.
I'm
Let's say
fine.
no one looks terrible right now.
Fine.
Assuming these hit
I'm
bars.
still
are
in 3
Everybody
digits.
who
Yeah,
looks
first
the
off.
worst is not in your line of sight.
Is not
Yeah.
my line of sight.
Right.
Like,
Yeah. Other than
well, actually-
you look like you took a hit. But
Hegan, you said Hegan's up top trying
Yeah.
to right the.
yes, we need
Yes.
strong people.
Trying to right
up
the ship
there,
and
so
potentially
that's
stop
fine.
it from crashing back into the tower
Yeah.
it launched from.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if it would be best for me to go up top
Probably.
and send
Probably.
Hegan below to help
Yes,
look for
That
the
also
invisible.
is a thing, yeah, because he can see invisible things.
And Wiria spoke through Brightwing to let you know that Hegan
Yeah,
had righted
okay.
the ship. If anyone could actually steer this thing, that would be great.
And
well,
Faylease
I have-
responded to that. Faylease technically can,
Okay.
but
In
Yeah,
theory,
I
once
mean,
the
in
ship is
theory.
straightened out, Faylease could probably steer it.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
then, yeah, I'll go
Yes.
back up
she's
on
not
deck
very
then.
strong, but she knows her way
Or
around
go
a ship,
out.
so
Once we
Yeah.
get the strong
assuming
people,
it works
once the
the same
strong
way.
people
Okay.
straighten it up, I think she can move it.
I'll yeah. So can I just go? I don't know how far I
Yeah,
am.
you're like five. You're right at the door basically.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
okay.
if you were
that.
if you were to
Okay,
step out of the
I'm like-
cabin,
So, like,
you would be
here.
there on the ship.
Okay. So yeah,
And-
I'll
and
go over to.
it's- Yeah. So this is an upper deck, and because the ship is currently lilting at 30-something degrees, it's difficult. As everything is considered difficult terrain.
Okay.
And they're up probably about 7 or 8 feet on a deck. So you'd have to go either move across and start climbing up top and
Yeah.
dash to get all the way there, or I don't know what. Or you could try and go all the way around up the stairs on either side.
Okay. I mean, it's gonna be a more direct route to get.
Yeah, just a quick strength athletics check to
Yeah.
hop over the
Um,
edge.
Hold on, let me grab my dice tray. 'Cause I
Okay.
do not actually have that.
You hopped on and we threw you right into it.
Yeah. It's like, okay, it's your turn. Go.
Okay. So yeah, I'll. Would I be able to make it if it's? So is it difficult terrain? You
You would
said
have
would
to
it be?
dash
I would
either
have to
way.
dash.
You'd have to use
Okay.
your action to move
To dash.
additionally.
Yeah.
Yeah. You could get to like the bottom and where there, but
Yeah.
if you want to get up to be in a
Mhm.
position to help, or
Yeah.
at the very least, like grab the wheel. Like you could grab the wheel in order to keep it from spinning further, and
Yeah.
then Hegan could go leave. But that doesn't
Yeah.
mean that you're actually controlling the ship. You're just keeping it
Okay.
from going more
Well, yeah,
out of control.
I'll try to do that so he
Okay.
can at least get below.
Right.
deck.
Okay. So
So-
strength athletics check to climb up over the railing.
Ooh.
I mean, ordinarily this would be like a pretty easy climb, except you're on a ship that's currently
Yeah.
sideways and still moving.
I was about to say that wasn't a good roll, but I forgot he's got pretty good athletics. So that's a 16.
Okay, that's more than sufficient to climb up and over. You've got a hold of the thing, and Hegan is now free to move about the cabin.
Yeah.
Keep your seat
Not in the
seat back and tray table in the upright and locked position.
Yeah,
now.
but like that's what you say.
But yeah. And I'll,
All right,
what?
Feli.
I can move Hegan.
Cool.
All right, Felice.
All right,
Okay.
so yeah, recognizing. Oh yeah, this is actually a ship. Still, I'm assuming it functions roughly the same as like a normal ship
Weird.
would.
I don't know.
Like,
Have you
steering
ever
at least?
piloted an airship before?
Yeah.
I don't know if she is. She's maybe. I don't know. Are they common in Australia? I don't know if she's ever piloted one.
You can count the number of airships on Exandria on two
Yeah.
hands.
So,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Not super fun.
That's a big no.
She knows her way around ships super, super well.
Right.
So she's going to count on that knowledge to at least, like, she doesn't necessarily know what makes the engine go, what makes it fly, but like the steering part,
Mm-hmm.
like
Seems
she
to
can
be-
recognize, like, okay, these sails are in slightly different places, but you pull the rope, like,
Sure.
can I logically reason she would be able to figure out which ropes to pull to do which things and stuff like that?
You
She
would
has
probably
proficiency with water vessels. So.
okay. Since you have proficiency with water vessels, you are probably the
Elias.
most.
What are you doing?
You probably
Elias is,
have
like,
the
flying all over the place.
yeah. You could manage something. You're not sure how to make you. So the question is though, you're still in the cabin.
Yes.
How are you going to get across the deck of the ship and up onto the
Helm.
How far is
Helm,
it to get
thank you.
to like the doorway where I can see the helm?
10 feet?
Okay. How far is it from there to the helm?
20 feet,
20 feet. Yeah.
but it's also up some.
Cool. I will use the 10 feet to get to the doorway, and then I will Misty step myself onto that.
Yeah. Fuck yeah.
All
I
right.
had a plan. I
Yeah,
was
I
like,
knew
'cause
that
You
was
had a
coming.
plan.
she recognizes ship is knocking. This is not good. So she's
Mhm.
running, and as soon as she can see it, she's just poof.
Okay.
Because yeah, she knows like she's little.
Right.
And then that leaves her action still. For
Ship
Ivy,
things.
yeah, she's gonna ship things. If if she can, I guess, grab the helm or whatever. Can she direct?
You can certainly try.
Other, I mean, she's not super strong, but if she can also, because Hegan and Elias are there at the moment, can she, as part of her action or whatever, like direct them to if they're not pulling the right thing or whatever? Like,
Wuria is in a position to help. She spent her
Okay.
action to help Hegan. So she is currently, quote unquote, helping.
Doing the help action.
Doing the help action, not specifically Hegan, but helping with whatever the ship thing is. So I would say that
Cool.
if Felice were to take over, she could
Mhm.
help you try and control the ship, which is good because you otherwise would have had disadvantage on it because you've never piloted an airship
Yeah, it's a
before.
little
And
different.
it's different. So you can go ahead and just make a so you can just make a straight intelligence roll. And this is to
Natural
write the
20!
Fuck yeah.
excellent. So
For a total of 20 something.
20 something.
23. But yes, natural 20.
You start looking at things and you're like, okay. So as you like grab onto the wheel, it's twice as tall as you are. So you're like, oh boy.
Well, actually, can we say Elias is like holding her?
Well, technically you were holding onto the wheel as well, so you're all kind of figuring it out.
Yeah.
Climbs up on Elias and
Yeah. Maybe
manhandles
Felice
him.
is just telling everyone what to do.
Extreme backseat
Well,
driving.
yeah, that's why I was like, if there's people here, she's gonna do what she can, but she's also going to use the bodies and be loud and obnoxious like she likes to be, and just start barking orders, basically.
So Felice starts barking orders. Okay, pull that line and
Channel
you're
that pirate captain.
Hoist the mizzen mast.
exactly. And you get the ship righted, and you're able to angle it enough so that it's not going to crash directly into the tower. It's gonna just kind of skim it just to the side, which is pretty impressive considering you've never flown an airship before. So the ship is righted.
That natural 20 was
It's now turned away, and you're still approaching the tower like at speed. But instead of like hammering directly into it, you're just going to be kind of, given a bit of a real
It's no
close
longer
flyby.
slanted in difficult terrain at this point.
Correct.
Woo.
Yeah.
And right about the time that like the ship begins to right itself, and like all you can see, there's a couple of things that kind of fall back into place down in the hold. All those little like candles and skulls and whatever other implements were used in those rituals that were on the bottom of the ship stop rolling. They kind of come to a rest. Velis and Darlton, you just see this like little orange bead of light kind of buzzing through the air coming towards you before it erupts into this giant ball of orange flame.
Oh,
and I need
God
both of you to
damn.
make a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, it's like Darth Vader's like, cover!
Dex save. Oh, 24.
24.
Okay.
Hey!
Nice. So there is a significant amount of cover for all of you. So that's
No
good.
damage for
Sweet.
me because of evasion.
Evasion.
Yes, nice. Okay. Okay. All right. So if you make your saving throw, so it's 32 points of fire damage. If you make your saving throw, you take 16, unless you've got evasion, and then you take nothing. Unfortunately, the
ship's on fire.
The hold is now on fire.
What a jerk.
And it's like there are a bunch of stuff that just went up. It's now on fire, and it is beginning to get smoky. It is hot, but it's in the beginning stages of catching on fire. It's not like instant inferno, but there's fires that have sprouted everywhere. So at the moment, it's warm, but it's not overpowering. Darlton, you're up.
All right. Well, I saw where that bead came from. In addition
the dark
to
on the other side of the hold, yes.
Yeah. So basically, roll behind some cover, and then pop back out. Take a moment to aim. So I'll use my bonus action to aim. And
okay.
I'm assuming that would just make it a straight roll.
What are you shooting at?
I'm shooting where I saw that come from, as well as where my brand is telling me he is.
Okay. That would be a straight roll then.
Cool. No, let's use the ghosty one because he's invisible. That is a total of 23.
That will hit.
Okay. And he is still branded, so he takes an extra rate damage. And I will use my last charge from my coat in addition.
Okay.
Nice. Okay. So that is 17 piercing, 9 radiant, and 1 necrotic.
Okay.
And I will take my second attack at disadvantage.
Okay.
That is a 25 with disadvantage.
That will hit.
So that's another 11 piercing and 13 radiant.
Okay. All right.
I cannot move because I used my aim action.
That is correct. All right, so here, just to make this simple, the hold is bigger. Oh, that's, can't even see that. Let's choose an easier color to see. Here we go. The hold is bigger. So it's comprised of 2 zones. There's the other side of the hold and this side of the hold.
And is
If
he
someone's-
concentrating on invisibility still?
Oh, he would have to make a concentration check, huh?
2.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. That would be so it's 10 or half the damage.
Yeah, the first one was definitely at least 30, so...
That'd be at least, yeah, he makes those. Surprisingly, an undead creature has a really high constitution.
Yeah.
That tracks.
Cool.
Okay, so it is now Hegan's turn. Hegan has gone from like straining to hold the wheel to like all these other people like now clambering all over, and you can go chase down the invisible creature.
Yeah.
You guys have this.
Yeah, got this. Go.
I'm going. And I will go as far as I can to try to get to them.
You can just jump down and go straight across, so...
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's
can
super
I
easy.
jump while the
Yeah,
ship
the-
is
the
tilting?
The ship's not tilted anymore.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
it's
ship's
not.
not tilted anymore.
Oh, I
The-
thought it still was.
Nope.
Nope.
No,
Okay.
Faith was able to
Okay.
hit it right.
Gotcha,
right.
okay.
We have now righted it.
He'll
Yeah.
just jump down then.
Okay, that's easy enough for you to do. So you can get into the cabin readily, and then, but it would take a dash if you want to get all the way to the bottom of the hold.
Yeah, go ahead. He's
Okay.
not gonna waste time.
Yeah, that's fine. So you get all the way down there, and you can see at the far end of the hold, sort of behind a number of crates and stuff for cover, is Yarno.
Behind the crates in the corner.
In the back.
I don't know how sharpshooter ignoring cover works when the creature is invisible, but...
Because you were getting rolls that were way above 20, I was letting it happen.
yeah.
Because you can like get a bead on exactly where he is, and it's sharpshooter. I was just, for the purposes. For now.
That's what I'm
All right.
designed to do.
Exactly.
But I would have been able, since I'm like basically right at the door there, would I been, or like the stairs, would I have been
With
able to
your
hear
movement-
Hegan?
With your movement, you can get with your movement you can get down to the hold and you can hear where he is. But to get across the hold,
Mhm.
you'd have to dash.
Then I shall dash and try
Okay.
to get up next to where the barrels and
Right. Okay.
like
You can
behind the
definitely
barrels.
get over to where he's at. The thing is, it's still an invisible creature,
there, yep.
so you're not entirely entirely sure where he is.
Mm-hmm. If he can calls out, she can at least try.
Right.
I'll have, like, essentially pointed in the direction of him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Where ya?
Here, down there. Looking at
What?
Thales. Looking
What?
at Thales. Am I more helpful here or down there?
Oh, is she more helpful up or
Oh.
down?
Okay.
Your mic was spiking. I
Mhm.
couldn't quite pick it up, but
If you
DM,
want
is
to
she
do
more helpful
any,
This is a very spiky mic night.
that depends on what you need to happen.
Yeah.
You by yourself, you can keep
Mhm.
the ship upright and moving in a singular direction. But if you want to turn the ship or something
Mhm.
else, you're going to need help. Also, you
mean,
still
I-
don't know how propulsion works. You just know that the
Yeah.
ship is moving.
Yeah.
I
mean,
could
yeah, I was
stay
gonna
up
say
and
she
help with-
definitely would need at least Elias to
Yeah.
stay just
I
for
was
the
figuring-
strength and the height.
I mean, if we're concerned about propulsion, where
I
you
was gonna say she might ask. I'm assuming the blue glowing thing is what's propelling this ship. Maybe.
There's arcane crystals on the back and on
Yeah.
the front and stuff.
She might say, I mean, if I don't know, are you able to tell anything about those blue glowy things? Is that how this is moving? Because she knows that Weary is better than she is at figuring out how the magic thing works. Usually,
Mhm.
like she has no idea if she can actually do that. But
So
yeah,
at
that would be.
At
if
that
she can do
question,
that.
Waria will cast Detect Magic and turn and go over towards the Haku. Stop it! No. Turn and go over towards the blue glowy things. And can I
Okay.
make like an Arcana check or something to see if I can figure out how the heck this thing works?
Yeah.
You could
Float.
try. So, I mean, what I would say is instead of going and inspecting the engine, you might want to inspect the control mechanism. If
Fair
you want
enough.
to understand or figure out how to control the ship. Otherwise, you just go look at popping the hood on a car isn't necessarily going to tell you
Yeah.
how to drive the car.
Yeah. I mean, she's casting Detect Magic and looking around to try to figure out what she needs to know, what she needs to look at to figure out how this works.
So go ahead and make an Arcana check.
Okay. That was a 1, but I get to re-roll that. For a natural 20, because that is
Halfling.
So there
That's a
seems to
23.
be there seem to be crystals that are embedded into the wheel itself. And if you were standing at full height, you could grip the appropriate places on the wheel and maybe control it that way. That it seems to be more of less of a mechanical thing and more of a like, I don't know, it's from what you can tell,
It's arcane and works off the will of the person.
yeah, you kind of have to like attune to the ship to really control it. So you're able to like physically manipulate the things that can change some of its orientation, but to go like up or down or fast or slow, you have to attune to the ship for all intents and purposes.
Can steer Elias is best to steer, but we might need some time because someone's gonna have to attune to this ship to actually, land it. I think.
Okay.
No.
So yeah, that's gonna be fun.
I'm trying to remember. Does Vasselheim have airships?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't
Yeah.
they have a okay?
We went
so
on an airship once.
in theory, Vassal
Y- y-
Elias would have at least a vague
That's true.
passing knowledge of.
You were a passenger on an airship once.
Yeah.
So you've at least been
Oh,
on
not-
one.
I'm-
That's
you know,
something.
Yeah.
I've been on a plane, so I definitely know how to
Did we-
fly one.
Yeah.
No,
Well, yeah.
if Elias hadn't asked
that's how that
questions,
works.
if Elias hadn't asked questions up for some around Cortanus would have.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, you also
guess
would
was
have
a-
been like
Not
brushed
completely
away.
unaware of.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, how does it work?
Okay, but you definitely know that you have to attune to it to really control elevation and speed. But if it's not being actively controlled, it will probably eventually stop moving.
Huh.
That's what Waria can do. Oh, she stepped away. Okay.
No, I'm fine. Any sense of how long?
You're not entirely sure. You're
No,
not
it's
quite
not
sure
out of
how
city.
it works exactly.
We're just
Even
going
with
to
a natural 20.
We're
this-
just going to suggest that someone try to attune to it right the fuck now.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
I-
That's. I
as
can.
soon as you can take
yeah.
a short rest. Okay, so
oh,
the
right,
ship.
short rest. It takes a while.
Yes,
Yeah.
the ship
For now, we'll just try and steer it away
is
from
basically now kind of like moving past the tower, and even some of the outer wings and sails and the various things that are sticking off the edge are kind of actually grinding against it, and you can hear them sort of snapping and breaking, and like the entire ship shudders just a little bit when that happens.
What's the ship
Okay.
have turns?
Huh?
It's like
On
lair
the-
actions.
Is that it? The ship has
Yeah.
2 turns. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
it
they're like lair actions. I'm assuming.
Okay.
basically it's moving.
Yeah.
More than just one turn.
So
Yeah,
is
the
Glassstop
ship
supposed
is-
to be in the turn order?
He is.
We just don't know where.
He disappeared.
But he's
Okay.
invisible.
He's
Oh,
invisible.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're not sure where he is, or you have a general sense that he's on the other end of that thing.
Yeah.
It is beginning to get warm as more of the hold is beginning to catch fire. Not so hot yet, but here, let's do this for reference.
So I watched, like, the since I specifically was not taking an action last turn, I was watching the path of Darlton's bolts and like the glow that they trace through the air.
Right.
Get a sense of
You
where
have
he is.
You have a sense of where he is, but you have disadvantage on the attack roll
Yes.
because you can't see your target.
Where would I have sensed him to be, like, just roughly?
On the other side of the hold near where Purnell is.
All right, I'm just gonna go over to where I would have watched Darlton go, and I'm gonna start swinging.
Yeah, does he have
Okay.
like a glowing thing sticking out of him or something? 2 of them?
No.
So
Been awesome, though.
disadvantage.
Disadvantage on your attack roll.
Okay. Dirty 20.
That's a miss. You're just
Alright.
swiping it like air.
I'm gonna spend my Zephyr Strike for advantage on the bonus action.
Sure.
So that's straight roll.
Okay.
What is that? Oh, that's less.
Okay.
Fuck. All right.
Yeah. At this point, you're just sort of swinging in air. So he can see movement. Like he can see Purnell, he can see Velis, in and between some of the crates and stuff. Darlton, you know that he's still there, in that back area, but Hegan, you don't see him, so he must be physically behind something that you can't see through. So at this point, it's the only reason that Darlton even had a chance is because he has this supernatural sense of precisely his position. You're kind of just getting a vague sense of like, he's around here somewhere. If you had blind fighting or something to that effect, you might be able to fight better against an invisible
Elias, come trade.
I know. Like, so what you're saying is.
Okay.
Okay, now we need someone. We just swap out again.
Now we just need
Alex.
Keegan over here to look behind things.
Send Egan back upstairs.
I was
Just
saying,
swap
Egan's
back.
just gonna walk over there.
No,
It's
yeah,
just a
Keegan
room.
just needs to come over here with us to be able to look behind shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What we need is
Red
for one
Rover,
of the
Red
girls
Rover,
to get
send Keegan
taller.
on
Yeah,
over.
we really have the Red
Yeah.
Rover line too.
Mhm.
Maybe if Felice and Wiria stand on each other. Felice stands on Wiria's shoulders.
Two small folk.
That crossed my mind. That or, hey, Phyla, come over here.
Yeah,
Look at
Phyla.
this. It was a stool.
That's a good idea.
We do have a
That's
flying
actually
horse.
a
that we
really
can
good
That's
rent.
actually not a bad idea.
It was honestly, I was gonna say that or somebody find me a box. It's about where Felice is right now. It's like,
I mean,
it's a
You
ship.
know.
I feel like there's got to be boxes, right?
I like
There,
this one, or should I find you a box?
there's
Crates.
stuff all over the place that you can
Yeah.
find. Like a lot of it's all like rolled and fallen to the edge, like the one side of the ship, but there's still a couple of things that didn't go over the edge.
Hi, cat.
Kitty.
She says, "You're
Mona.
eating chips. Those are for me, right?"
So
Morgan. Morgan.
actually officially changed his fighting style.
Elias, You're
Okay,
up.
so yeah, I guess that's my question. Do I just keep steering the ship for now?
I mean,
Steering
are
her.
you-
no, unless I mean,
I can literally just
Facilitate
walk
some
across
way.
the room and look
Felice
at him.
can't
Yeah,
quite
this is
read
fine.
Yeah,
like
he
at
can
least
basically
still
his turn is just being like,
the
hey
strength,
there.
like.
Yeah, right.
Also, I mean, yeah, unless somebody has told Elias that they need.
Yeah, so
flying
yeah, that's
fighting,
the. I don't
like,
know that he
I feel
knows
like, yeah,
that.
Actual
Yeah, I
strength
guess-
up on deck is probably important.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess I'll just keep,
yeah. I was like,
you
oh,
know, try and
Bailey's
direct the
definitely,
ship away from, you know,
yeah.
start moving the ship away from the city in case it does just kind of.
I was gonna say it's actually funny that they have the same dex mod and have the same initiative. Because I was like, Felice just
Mhm.
basically keeps barking orders and keeps steering the ship.
Yeah.
So I feel like
yeah, 'cause he's
their joint turn
land
now is
vehicle.
just
Elias has land vehicle proficiency, but not.
cool.
Well,
Felice
so
has
between the
water
two
Air
of them,
vehicle.
efficiency. So between the two of us, we make air.
No,
We
that's not how
make
that works,
air.
unfortunately.
we both have a no, like, well, we know how different kinds of vehicles.
I know
work,
how
so-
to. I know how to drive a wagon. You know how to sail a ship.
Ship.
With our powers combined,
Fine, we can sort of, well, you know, MacGyver our way through this airship.
Ship from crashing into
right.
Molly.
Yeah, we can at least keep an airship from crashing into Port Tamale.
you have successfully prevented the ship from crashing.
Yeah.
That's about
Yay.
as all that you're going to be able to manage.
Now we're just flying, going,
mean,
how
I can't
go? How do we
can't
end this thing?
take my turn. Can I take my turn to start trying to attune to the?
It's you
Shit,
can
that's-
attune to something when you have a short rest in the
Uh-huh.
middle of a stressful situation
Yeah.
on a ship that you don't quite control with unknown enemies. You're not in a position to be able to like
Yeah.
attune.
All right. Well, then, yeah, I'll try and, like I said, I'll just start steering it away from the city as
You
much
know how
as
many
possible.
turns it would take to attune to something?
Yeah. Oh god.
A lot.
Many.
Oh,
Like
God.
300.
10 turns is a minute. Yeah.
Felice.
I mean, yeah, she keeps
All right, so you were going to work together with Elias
Barking
to
orders,
try and keep the
yeah.
ships. Okay. So at
I
this
mean, yeah,
point-
if there's a box somewhere, if Elias has got a hold on a thing, she might run and grab a box and
Mhm.
bring it back
Yeah.
so she can see a little better and reach the
Okay.
thing. But like,
So at this
but yeah.
point, the ship is now pointed out into open air
Oh,
over
sweet.
it's going vaguely north to northeast, which is away from the water, away from the city, and you're kind of moving out over the fields,
that's a little better, right?
where you would here. But at this point, like, there's not a whole lot more that you can do to control it.
Yeah. And then just steering it as long as it keeps flying.
Mhm. If
Yeah.
Elias just keeps it steady,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
he should be able. He can keep it steady. So Felice, you don't necessarily, unless you want to try and control it more and do more stuff, you
I
don't need
mean-
to be there with them.
If he seems to have a pretty good handle on it, like,
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like Felice is also like, she's not sure how much help she's gonna be down
Mhm.
there either.
Right.
You put out the
So-
fire?
Yeah, so
What?
do you have fairy fire?
Nope.
No.
I
Put out
already
the
used my
actual
only
fire.
fairy fire, and it
Do
didn't
we
work.
know?
Oh.
I can only hope I crit.
Fire? That's the question.
And
Like,
would we have started
the-
seeing like smoke coming up
stuff-
out
I'm
of the
pretty sure there was
should
smoke
gather.
coming
Yes,
out
smoke.
from below deck.
Yeah.
I would say
so. I don't know.
at this point you probably start noticing it. Well, I would say in the next moment, as the fire begins to
Yeah.
spread on its turn, you would start noticing it. Yes.
I mean, then yeah. So I guess if I don't notice it until its next turn, for this turn, I wouldn't really do anything then, right? Because if I haven't
don't know.
noticed
What are
it
you
yet.
doing?
I mean, if I have no reason to go below deck, I'm gonna stay up top and keep steering it unless I know the fire's there.
Mhm.
But the fire's turn goes after me, so
Okay.
yeah. Until she really has good reason to ship things, is what she knows. So.
Okay. All right. At the end of your turn, Felice.
Yeah.
Pernell, you feel brief bit of movement. Keegan, you can see a flash of
Oh.
this invisible creature step briefly into view.
Oh,
Um,
can I take a
and
swing?
No,
Well, when
you
things
can't
move,
see it.
yeah, but if I can,
You have no idea that it's there, and it's taking an action. It's using one of its legendary actions to make a attack against you before its turn. And okay, that is an 18 against your AC.
that just hits my AC.
Okay, you take 12 points of cold damage, and you need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. That 12. $22.
Okay. All right. The fire begins to spread.
Would I've heard a spell
Darlton-
cast?
Huh?
Would I've heard a spell cast?
No, you felt something scratch against you, and
Okay,
you didn't
it's one
get
of those.
paralyzed by it.
Cool.
Okay. Darlton and Hegan, you both take 12 points of fire damage as fire is now erupted and is now spreading throughout the hold and up into the cabin. Okay. And then all right. There's a lot of pieces. The ship continues to move beyond the tower, and you can hear the sounds of one or two more bowsprits and other nautical airship terms tearing and ripping away as it moves away from the tower. And then Pernell, you do hear spellcasting.
I would like to at least try to take a swipe in the direction of that.
You can, but it sounds like it's coming from
It's
beyond
too far
your
away.
reach.
Damn it.
Yes.
Never mind.
Okay. Darlton?
Yeah.
The brand that you're sensing is no longer in front of you. It's now off to the side. Off the ship. Felice, Elias, and Wuria.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
As you are moving past the tower, you hear the sound of almost like glass grinding against glass as a wave of additional cold blasts out from. You can't quite see it because you're now moving along the side of the tower, and it's
How
kind
many
of
times
around
has
the
he
other side.
teleported today?
Like 18.
A
It's a lot.
We don't
Dimension
like him.
door,
Hmm.
a significant amount.
In general.
Oh,
I'm just like, how often can he do that? Isn't that like a really high
Yeah.
spell?
Dimension door is 4th level.
Dimension door is a 4th level spell.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So like max level characters only can do that like 4 times a day, right?
Legendary,
Oh, you have to
they
keep
get
in
more
mind.
than yeah.
This
You don't
is
need spell
not.
slots?
A player
This
character.
is not a character.
No, I know, but
Yeah.
like,
It doesn't
Ah.
follow the
It
same
doesn't
rules
follow. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
as a
Oh.
PC.
Glassstaff can do what he wants.
He doesn't have a glass staff anymore.
Honey Glassstaff don't give a shit.
Yeah.
He's got a whole other set of tools at his disposal.
I got himself a fucking vestige, the bastard.
And that's his turn. Darlton. You took that fire damage in the beginning of your turn, by the way.
Okay.
And it's beginning to spread further and further and further.
Well, I guess I will head back up.
Okay. So with your movement, you can get through through the cabin out onto the deck. You can see where the ship is. It's just by the tail end of the ship is just by the tower. And he seems to be on the other side of where the tower. So about 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. He's about 90 feet away from where you're at right now. On the other side of the tower.
I'm basically just gonna shout, "He bailed!" That was just my normal movement?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just took a normal movement to get through. Since the ship's not on its side, it's easy to do.
Okay. I mean, I will bonus action dash
Okay.
towards the end of back of the ship.
Okay. You, with a decent athletics check, you could make a leap to try and get onto the tower because it hasn't completely cleared. You could make it. Could is the operative word.
Would that use my action?
Yes. Move,
No,
bonus action.
I'm
action.
taking shots.
Okay. He is currently on the other side of a tower. So unless you can shoot through solid stone, you can't see nor hit him.
Well, if I can't take a shot, then I will.
Right.
Maybe. Yep, I'm jumping.
Oh, you better be
Okay.
real confident in that jump.
I rolled and determined whether or not I would do it. Is this just a straight roll or is it?
It is a strength athletics check.
Okay.
Or if you prefer, it could be dexterity acrobatics. Since you're technically going horizontally, I'll let you do both. Or either, not both.
Good girl.
Well, athletics is one higher.
I would
So
take
that's
it.
14.
Okay. The DC was 13.
Oh.
So
Right, good
you
odds.
run and you jump, and you land, sort of scrabbling on the edge. But you are fully on the edge of the tower berth. He is on the other side around the edge of the tower. The tower is probably about 30 feet in diameter.
Okay. Well,
Keegan.
that's so,
I mean, that's everything. So Hegan, now you take that 12 fire damage from before. And Hegan still here?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Can't hear you if you're
Can't hear
talking.
me?
There you go. There you are.
Oh, there you are.
Okay,
Yeah.
weird. All right. Where is the tower?
Okay, so I'm going to adjust the map a little bit, and actually draw the just draw the dang tower on. So it is, let's see, okay, 10, 20, 30 feet in diameter. All right. Okay. So this is ooh, no, not that. Why can't I grab that? Select move. That is the weirdest thing. I can't click on the thing to. All right, I'm just gonna say that's where it is. Fuck it. That's where the tower is.
let's jump.
Yeah.
Well, my question is, I can't remember how the teleport works. If I can see where I'm teleporting to, is there still a chance that it could throw me somewhere random?
No. I would say if you can physically see where you're teleporting to, I would consider that to be like intimately familiar with your destination or whatever. Yeah.
Oh.
You're using a 7th level spell to teleport a few hundred feet or less. I would say you probably get it.
my thought was potentially grabbing people and teleporting, but
You heard him. You heard Darlton say he's bailing, and then Darlton ran out. Now, you don't know where he is.
oh no,
You
I'm
just
going
know
to go
that he
back
bailed.
up. I'm going to go
Okay.
back up.
All right. If you go back up, you see Darlton like arms pinwheeling through the air,
Going
land
Mirror's
on the-
Edge.
like just land. Yeah.
Parkour! You have to yell parkour when you do it. Damn it, Dalton.
Who do you think
I
I
don't
am?
need. I'm not even sure if I can get across the ship to jump down.
There we go.
No, not even Tigger.
I mean, could I if I jumped?
Well, the issue is if you move, you can get here. You can get to the edge where the cabin comes out onto the deck. And that's one movement. Now, can you dash as a bonus action and then leap as your action? Because that's what he did.
Do I have to use? Is jumping an action? Because it's with the ring. It's at will.
It's
Okay, there's still one
I would say it's
action.
like with
I
your
see that.
movement, but you already moved, so you can spend your action to dash and get you out, and then you can move and jump at the same time. But it's not like you get to suddenly jump. It's either an action that you take or part of your movement.
Yeah. I just mean like if I get there, I don't plan on doing anything. I'm assuming I won't be able to do anything. I'm just trying to figure if I can even get there at all.
Well, let me
like,
just quickly look up Ring of Jumping.
Yeah.
That's what it is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. You can cast the jump spell from it as a bonus action at will, but only target yourself. The jump spell means your jump distance is tripled, which I believe means that your jump, the jump mechanic means, damn. Let me just look that up. It's something about like you can, if you get a running start, you can move your certain percentage of your jump of your movement of your strength score in feet, and the jump spell triples it. Movement. long jump. When you make a long jump, you cover a number of feet up to your strength score. What's your strength score?
My strength score is 20.
Okay. That means that you can, as long as you can move 10 feet, you can jump 60 feet horizontally.
Ooh.
So you moved. If you basically took dash as an action, you can use your ring as a bonus action, and you could easily get onto the tower.
Do that.
10, 20. Well, hold on. Before I say easily,
Yeah.
10 feet. 1, 2, and then 1, 10. Let me use my ruler. Okay, so moving 10 feet.
Right.
It would be really close. But that's as long as you move at least 10 feet. Now, since you already
Yeah,
moved,
if it's using a full dash, you have another 30 feet.
Yeah.
yeah, you can get here, then you can jump 60 feet. So you can get to the tower.
I'll do that then.
Okay.
So because everybody's not on the deck, I wouldn't want to try to teleport anybody because they're still burning down there. Then nobody's controlling the ship. So
Right.
So Higan's just gonna run and jump.
Okay. Okay, hold on, let's try.
What have you done?
All right. Yeah, you can easily get there. I'm trying to. So there's the
Oh.
tower itself is 30 feet in diameter, but there's the ledge on the outside that goes around, and I'm trying to mark that. But I keep using the wrong, and now I'm moving the damn ship. Tools. Okay.
That is a roll 20 mood.
Okay. Gonna delete you. Gonna delete you. Why can't I click on? So, you all can't see this, but my cursor is like extra large because I do a lot of online trainings and people need to see where my cursor is. But that means that the cursor touch point is not exactly where the cursor normally is, which makes Roll20 that much more frustrating to use. Okay. Now let's get on the map layer. Let's draw a circle. Great. And okay. I'm about to just like delete everything and just start from a blank freaking screen. I was looking for a tower and I couldn't find one. I'm like, I'll just draw circles on the map when we get there.
Map. Okay.
It's like 4 years and I'm still struggling with the damn thing. All right, so we're just gonna move on. Pernell, it's your turn. You're on fire.
Okay.
Or it's now on fire down below.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be 12 points of fire damage.
Ouch. So yep. Let me like that and then insert old-timey elvish swear under her breath, and let's go Velis, and then she's gonna start dashing up to the top. So how far can I get with my
okay, so a movement's gonna get you to the other side of the hold. A dash action will get you through the cabin and out onto the deck.
All right.
Within 10-ish feet of the door.
All right. So.
And this is.
Like looking. Fire down there.
There we go.
Where did. And then just like. Oh, fuck.
Is Higan flying through the air?
Yeah, see Higan flying through the air now.
Yeah, Higan is like flying through the air, landing just on.
Like, oh, you must be joking.
Okay, there, sure, that'll work.
Super soldier jump.
All right. Yeah, I think that's gonna probably be everything. Were ya?
People kind of shifted.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
Oh.
So
Hold on.
Velas still has the bag of holding with the broom, and I know that.
Mm-hmm.
Elias and Felice are steering the ship, and Pernell is up here, and Felice can become a thing that flies. So Wiria is going to hop back on Phyla. And she and Phyla are going to fly over and sort of like hover near the people who are who just jumped.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to, I guess, I mean, I assume
What?
if I'm flying.
I was trying to select something. It's just.
It's one of those nights.
I'm
It's good.
assuming.
It's good. It's good.
I'm
I'll just leave it.
assuming. So I can't see, dude.
Well, actually, I would say from your angle.
Is he visible?
Well, no, he's still invisible. So yeah.
That's what I was assuming. Yeah.
Hate him.
Right. Keegan, though. I would say no. Keegan, you can see him, because he's standing on that berth. So you can see him standing on that berth. And it looks like he's like, turning and facing whatever fissure that is. And judging by the expression on his face, he seemed very, very surprised.
I can't see any of that. So
You can't see any of that.
Can I assume I can't like reasonably reach out from Phyla and wait, I don't have cure. Well, I do have cure ones. I can't reach out and touch Darlton from the back of Phyla, can I, or can I?
So the ledge itself is got like a railing on it, and Phyla's like flapping her wings, and so there's not really a thing that is. Yeah, if you got off.
I assume I can't do
could.
that, but I
Right.
just notice that he is very low, so I'm gonna cast a. I'll stick to second level healing. Well, no, actually, wait a minute. I will use my healing light. Where is that? If I can find it. Yeah, I've got plenty of that. So bonus action healing light. Pour 3d6 into Darlton. That is 11 hit points, Darlton. And then I'm just gonna hold a sacred flame in case I can see glass staff, because that's the name that my mind is sticking with. Because I can't do anything if I don't know where he is, but if he happens to materialize, I will cast a sacred flame at him.
Okay. All right. The ship moves.
Heck.
Along with everyone on it.
Heck.
Love it.
Who has the broom? Because I think it's weird.
I do.
Velas
Oh, you do
does.
it. Good. Thank goodness,
At
Velas.
the beginning of my turn, Velas has the broom.
Yes.
Back over here.
Just gonna put
Thank
you
you.
all back roughly where you were.
I'm gonna triple move on that broom.
Okay. Well, first, at the beginning of your turn, you take 12 points of fire damage.
Yep. And then I am gonna triple move on the broom. So.
Make a dexterity acrobatics check as you're moving through flame, through the cargo hold of a ship, up a narrow staircase, and through a cabin. This is exceedingly difficult.
I missed my dice tray and hit the edge of it, and it bounced onto my table. Should I count it, or should I roll in the tray?
If you use a tray, the die has to be in the tray.
Okay. Okay, so yet again, with my reliable talent, it's a 20 because I cannot roll tonight.
Okay, so
Reliable talent saving my ass.
unfortunately,
Oh.
flying on a broom through a moving airship, through a cargo hold, up a narrow flight of stairs, and out through a cabin is actually more difficult than that. And so you kind of like are careening against things as flaming crates and barrels and various curtains and other stuff are falling down around you, and you don't quite actually make it out. Brightwing totally left the cabin because it was on fire. So you're still in the cabin, and it's also on fire.
So with a triple move, I'm stuck there.
Yes, movement, dash, and your action to move. You couldn't quite make it through everything, and knocking into things, banging into things slowed you down.
That seems okay.
It would have been a lot easier to just run.
Run, yeah.
Yeah, but I wanted to try and get to the tower. It
would have been cool. Yeah.
So I got like less than half of my movement.
Elias.
I guess I'm just gonna keep.
Can we land the thing somewhere? Like,
Nope.
Nope.
I'm just gonna try
you can
and get
crash
it.
land the thing
Yeah,
somewhere.
I'm just gonna keep making
Preferably
sure
in the
it
water
keeps
and
going
not
away
on top
from
of
the
people.
City, so if we have to
Okay.
crash it, we're not crashing it into the city.
Okay.
I mean, does anyone need? I could probably do like a. Could I do like a healing word from here if someone needs?
Like, I'm fine.
What's the range?
It's 60 feet, so I think the people that really need it are either out of range or out of line of sight. So.
I mean, you could hit her now.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm still in
Alright.
triple digits.
Yeah. I'll just keep making sure the ship stays on course.
Okay. Felice.
I mean, I don't want to like leave Elias alone on the ship. I mean, Velis is still down there too, but like,
At this point, it's just I'm just keeping the ship straight. So.
I mean, yeah, but it's like, how are you gonna get off then? At some like, if we have to crash land it, I feel like she would rather be on the ship so she can bird and jump off with him at the last second, kind of thing.
Yeah, could I hop on the broom?
But I do know that there is.
Can the broom carry both Velis and Elias?
Slowly, but yeah.
We've both been on it before.
Yeah, that's what
It can do two medium creatures.
That is an option if you want to go do something.
If he is.
Yeah, Velis is still on the ship too. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, I haven't seen Velis come up, and at this point, I know there's fire down there. Yeah. So, Felice will go below deck and see if she can try and at least put out some of this fire.
Yeah.
Because that just seems like not a good thing. Let's see here. Go ahead. I feel like a tidal wave might be overkill.
A bit.
Yeah. That'll definitely cause us to lurch.
I mean, it would put out the fire, but...
And then water's flying out of this airship, and it's just like, what is happening? I mean, it's like, it's that, or like...
Create, destroy?
I mean, her little, like, natural Ashari ability, she can create, like, a glass size of water.
Oh.
So that's gonna be like...
Well, if it's between that...
It's like going at it with a squirt gun. Like... so she might have to tidal wave. Because, yeah, she can shape water, but if there's no water to shape, that's not gonna help.
Right.
So, yeah, to just tidal wave this thing.
Oh.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
fun.
Just
All
make sure you
right.
cast it past Phyllis.
So you cast
Can I even...
tidal
Yeah,
wave.
Can you get there
and
first?
this airship is now
So-
covered
so
in seawater.
Here's the thing. It says the area can be up to 30 feet long, up to 10 feet wide, and up to 10 feet tall, but it doesn't have to be. It says it can be.
Right.
So can she
could
make
make it
a
small.
mini tidal wave?
So basically, you
She
can
doesn't
just
like
summon.
knock the whole ship off course. Like,
Right. If you just kind of summon a tidal wave
Yeah.
inside of the cabin, it'll like basically sploosh Velis out the door and then go down underneath into the hole.
Yeah.
I mean, would that
it
get
will
Velis on deck?
It'll get Velis on deck and extinguish.
Extinguished.
And-
Yeah.
Yeah, she'll do that. That sounds good.
Now
Does
Velis
Velis
isn't.
have to make a dex saving throw?
He would, but I would imagine the intent is to sort of. Well, he's technically flying. It's mostly just for flavor.
Okay.
As he's
I was
like
if
he's
already
He's
going
surfing.
first,
He gets
banged
to
up,
surf.
He's like trying to get out, and he's like just trying to get out, and he just doesn't quite make it. And all of a sudden, this like wall of water comes up behind him and just pushes him out of the cabin. The rest
Broom
of the way.
surfing.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
it does say
Yeah.
specifically,
Whoosh.
it extinguishes unprotected flames in its area and within 30 feet of it, because as it dissipates, it waters.
Right.
And
Yeah,
then it
for sure.
vanishes. Oh, that's
It's
fun.
doing
And then
all
it vanishes. So like it'll go out for 30 feet and put
Mhm.
out anything on fire, and then it just vanishes. It doesn't actually necessarily go spilling out of the boat. that's fun.
Yeah. The thing is,
Magic water.
this is an airship.
Yeah.
It's not made to be in water, so it doesn't have like the typical waterproofing type construction. So there's like doors getting blasted off of things. It's soggy, it's wet.
But then it
yeah.
disappears. So
I'm sure it's been through a storm or two.
yeah,
For
like
sure.
it's
Fine.
rainproofing at least, right?
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So
The
she'll
fire
use
is
that.
extinguished.
If she has the movement to like at least go back upstairs, I don't know how far it was to wherever she went.
Or you could
Otherwise,
you could
she'll
do it.
stay there.
You had a line of sight to the cabin, so you could have just done the spell there.
Mhm.
Okay. So I'm still upstairs. Cool.
Okay. So everyone on the ship is probably too far away, but those of you who are standing on the tower can see a couple of bolts.
This
of
session is a
spectral
fucking
light
trip.
just kind of appear and manifest, and then fire off into that fissure, which is now probably about 5 feet wide and about say 20 feet tall. The ship moves away a little bit further, taking everyone with it. 10, 20, 30 feet.
Bye.
Bye.
Turn that ship around.
Yeah. And then, yeah.
If I had a way to land that wasn't crashing, I would.
And then you see Yarno reappear. Except he is now surrounded by a shimmering globe. And he doesn't even seem to actually notice any of you. He's just paying very close attention to whatever's on or in the fissure. And that's his turn. Darlton.
Do I recognize the spell effect?
Make an Arcana roll.
I don't know. My
I was actually going to ask. I said I was holding Sacred Flame. Would that go off?
That would.
Hey.
Okay. That's a DC 18 Dex save.
Okay. Yeah, you cast the spell and just absolutely nothing happens.
Okay.
Ah, fuck.
I was exact. That might help Darlton in determining what's going on too.
Mhm.
Well, that's a 21.
Okay.
It's a natural 19.
Yeah. So you haven't seen this often, but you've only been around very high level casters a little bit in your time. And you may not have seen this before, but it's definitely a high level protection spell known as Globe of Invulnerability.
Oh, motherfucker.
So spells are not getting through.
Yeah. Well,
Looks like we didn't get moved with the airship.
No, you didn't. But at this point, you're so far away that it's like you're either flying or not. And jumping isn't really going to matter.
I may still just take an experimental shot at him.
Oh, yeah, you can totally do that.
That's not a good roll, but I will. That's 16.
Okay, that's not enough.
But he seems like he's focused on something else. So
yeah, he's like backpedaling, and he's already casting another spell.
Can I see what he's reacting to?
No.
I will never
You
be
can
Mage
move
Slayer
closer.
ever. Someday, maybe.
Just trying to, because Hegan's kind of in the way. So
Someday I'll use Mage Slayer
You can
property.
move through Hegan's
Around.
space.
Yeah.
Can't you
Yeah,
move
you
in
can-
the middle too?
No, that's a wall. This
Okay.
this is a walkway on the outside of the tower.
Okay.
I mean, I will move up experimentally.
Okay. It's like a 5-foot wide walkway that circles the tower.
Mhm.
From your angle, you just see like the edges of it, but it's like a significant amount of like darkness and fog and whatnot roiling out of the whatever it is. And he seems completely consumed with whatever's on the other side of that rift. He's not paying any attention to you.
I will just take my second attack on him, just cause.
Sure. Don't you have like a really high passive perception?
Yeah, 21.
Okay. You can see he's got this basically it's some kind of canister that's hanging from his waist that's glowing with bright green light. That wasn't there before.
Does that look familiar?
You've never seen it before.
Okay. That one's still great. That's a 19.
That'll hit him.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought a 20 didn't hit him earlier on.
Well, yeah,
Well,
that's
cover.
he was
because
invisible and behind cover.
he was invisible and behind
Oh.
cover.
I guess
He's not behind cover
was
anymore.
more or less. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Well, that's some good damage rolls. So that's 16 piercing and 11 radiant.
Okay. It hits him. He's not even paying attention to it at this point. Like he flinches, but he's let's see if he can concentrate on a spell.
I thought he was invulnerable.
No, that's just a
Global
magic.
Invulnerability is spells.
Okay.
Yes, that's very
Yeah,
different.
that's what is it? Like 28. So he has to beat
Yeah.
a 14.
14. That's okay. He gets a 15.
Hey, well, I don't really like this situation, so I'm gonna take a step back and
Okay.
kind of press against the wall. Use my bonus action to hide. Maybe not from
Alright.
him, but whatever he's looking at.
Okay. All right. Keegan. Before you go, all of you here, except for maybe the people on the ship, you're a little too far away. This sort of rumbling starts as a low roar, but eventually switches in pitch to something much, much, much higher, coming from something incredibly monstrous. Hegan, you recognize this instantly for what that is. And I'm going to go ahead and let you make a nature check at advantage.
Oh. Oh.
Don't want it.
Recognize it instantly.
Oh.
That is 17.
Okay. So you instantly recognize as a dragon roar.
Oh god.
Now, based on the timbre and the volume, it doesn't sound like an ancient dragon, at least. But
Suddenly very concerned about the airship.
You see Iarno standing there, and this basically rush of dark black shadow blast out from the fissure and just catch him full face, and it looked like he was bracing for it, but it's just this massive cone that's been reduced somewhat by the fissure of dark energy shooting out from the fissure, hitting him. It doesn't seem to like completely wither him away, but it seems to have hurt him significantly. But now it's your turn. What would you like to do?
Is a cantrip considered a spell?
A cantrip is absolutely considered a spell.
Damn. Yeah. So I know that Darlton is hiding. Yeah.
He's what?
Darlton said he was hiding?
Fighting? Yes.
Hiding.
Darlton is
Hiding.
fighting.
Hiding.
Oh, hiding. Oh.
I said I used my bonus action to hide.
Oh, gotcha. There's a lot of I didn't hear.
Okay, but I would know that he's hiding.
Yes.
Well, I'm not hiding. I was like, I'm basically just against the wall right in front of you. I was
Yeah,
just
you
hiding
can see
from
him.
basically the rift.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I really was getting a hide from.
That was a dragon. I don't know about you, but I don't want him doing any more than he's already done. You do any racing to let him keep going, Darlton.
If we don't stop him here, he gets away with it and presumably keeps opening bigger rifts.
I'm thinking. I don't want that on this side. Let's wait. Okay.
I'm just gonna say, judging by his body language, things that are happening right now are not things that he expected to happen. This is not someone who looks like they're in complete control of everything. He is looking like he is almost panicking.
You're like trying to stop it.
Yeah, you're kind of muffled.
Yeah, you sound quiet.
So did he appear like he was trying to stop it?
I mean, he's defending himself.
Yeah.
He's defending himself against something on the other side of that rift that sounds like a dragon and looks like it used a really weird looking breath weapon that you haven't seen before.
I meant more like when he first went up there, did it appear like he was trying to close it? Or would I not really be able to tell?
I think he just happened to cross paths with it and noticed the thing.
Yeah, so you could see, so basically from your perspective, it was like, you know, he like landed, you kind of caught up, and it's like he took notice of the thing and like, no, spellcast, blasted in the face with something.
Got it.
That was your perspective.
Alternate thought, should we just let him do what he can and go back? I don't know that he's gonna make it.
Either way, he still has what we need.
True. Alright. I'm going.
I don't suppose any of your friends are good at closing planar rifts.
I do not think so.
The one that's on an airship.
the water Ashari.
I don't know if he would know that.
I mean, she
Wait, but
also
we're
Probably not.
already tapped.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
wasn't
That's
there
true.
for the
That's
the
true.
fire plane
Firefly-
thing.
Yeah,
that's
that's
true.
true.
No,
It
he
wasn't.
wasn't. Yeah.
Damn.
Where
We're
is
in
the stairs?
town.
Which is why I
I
texted
don't
to
even
say,
remember. I was just trying to think. I was like, I don't
maybe?
remember what we did to close that.
Just
Mhm.
spell
Or
magic.
magic.
But
Maybe
Spell
go
magic.
get
Oh,
it.
right. That's what that was.
So it was a
I'm gonna
combined
go, though.
effort.
Mhm.
I am going to move closer because we do
That
still.
she could do.
Yeah.
So
Does
from
she
your
even know
from
there's a
your view,
dimensional rift though? Because she's on.
she can. So it doesn't appear anything.
I mean, you saw this giant crack when he boarded the ship,
Right.
Yeah.
Like,
We were flying
it
past a
only
bunch of stuff.
got bigger.
and also all the ones we passed on the way here.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
You're probably the only one who would
But
recognize
I mean,
exactly
I'm,
what they
I'm
are.
saying from the ship, can
Maybe.
we tell what's going on over at the tower?
I mean, a
If you're
blast
thinking
of
about
dark
it.
shadow energy shot out from the side of the tower, but from like the perspective that you have, you're not quite sure what it was.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you would have heard. I mean, you may have heard if you've
Maybe.
got a high passive perception.
say Elias
Yeah.
has a 20 passive, so he
Same.
Oh
Because
yeah, then you're like, oh,
Yeah,
that's a dragon.
Bailey's passive
Yeah,
perception is
probably
20.
yeah.
Okay,
I
so then
went
you
from
both
party, yo.
would have heard like some
Yep.
loud roar. Not entirely sure, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Deegan's halfway between like I'm gonna
Okay.
jump off the tower and I should probably get this dude, but right now it's going
Yeah.
to get the dude.
Very Jurassic Park T-Rex style. Hegan's perspective would be like you can't see it because, like you can see this shimmering thing of energy, but from this side of it, you don't see it or through it. It's like a one-way mirror kind of thing. It's a planar rift in reality. It doesn't behave like you might sort of.
He's going to take a swing at Glass Path while he's
Okay,
distracted.
sure.
That would be 24.
That'll hit.
I guess he'll do it twice. Why not? Well,
Okay,
ignore the second one. It's not gonna hit anyway.
sure.
The second one was a natural one.
Okay.
Oh shit! Where's my D10? Where did my dice go? I am missing the one bag. There it is. Okay. That is 11 points of slashing.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. You catch him, but he's still like frantically casting something else. Also, like from your position, you're like stabbing him like through the rift, but from your side it's not there. So it's like there's just a random halberd sticking out from behind the rift that pokes him. So he's not. Yeah. Okay. Purnell.
Frustrated noises. Just going to run forward by Velis.
Mhm.
I can't stop fly anymore. Not for a few hours. So either we stay here or I need to scumble with one of you.
I'm still in the room, so.
He's gonna look back to Elias and.
At least you can fly, right?
One more time. Yeah.
I think it's the time to use it.
All right.
Just I stay with you.
Actually, we can move fastest if she takes 2 and I go by myself. Because we'll get slowed down if there's 2 in the room.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be slowed down if Felice grabs both of you.
Wait, are we above? Like, we're.
Yeah, are we still above the city? Because
No, we were
You're-
above fields, weren't we?
Yeah, so
we-
at this
okay.
point, I'm gonna move to the city so that you can kind of get a perspective. At this point, like you were above this area here. That's where the berth is, kind of like right here on the edge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The ship is now moving in the direction of these fields, and I mean that's like the diameter of that area is an entire mile.
Oh, huh.
We're going to destroy the
so-
entire farming economy of Ontario
Yep.
City again. Reverse
Yeah,
if we let
Burn
it
to
die.
the ground. I mean, honestly, if that's the land that all of this
That's
mess
some,
is happening over,
That's some
Bailey's
fucking
probably
irony.
has no qualms about. I gave you that land. I'll take it away. Maybe not how I had originally planned, but this works too.
Make the people starve. This is fine.
People are already starving. It's just
That's
the
true.
assholes that have anything.
Yes,
That's
So
true.
she's taking it from them, and let's try this again.
All right.
Uh,
Then Then who's going on what with who? Because I'll hold my action
think it's
to attack
best
something if I get
Felice
close,
takes
but
you
otherwise,
guys,
Yeah.
okay.
because otherwise it'll take the fastest way to get all of us there is for Felice to take the two of you.
all right.
Mhm.
Then I'll hold my action to get on if Bailey's changes and
Yeah.
prepare to hop off when I need to.
Felice, assuming she has time to, like, if Bella says that, she would actually probably ask if they would prefer to be carried or to ride. Because if they would rather, she can just pick them up and then drop them when they
I
reach
mean-
the destination, if that's
Just fine
that
with
would
me.
be
The easiest.
Fine with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the first time was kind of a panic of like, but this time she's like, okay, do you want me to just
Alright.
pick you up and drop you? Because, yeah,
Alright,
that'll
so-
be faster.
Purnell, Elias,
And also I can keep hold of
are
my
gonna
blades.
go with
Yeah.
Felice. Velis is going to zoom on his turn. So we're at Waria right now.
Wiria can't really do much because. she's-
Quick note, because it's kind of an important note. He took enough damage to lose concentration on his globe of invulnerability.
Oh,
So he's no
Oh,
longer affected by the globe
okay.
of invulnerability.
Okay,
cool.
Yeah, that's important
Oh,
because now
that's
we're
dangerous
actually
things.
do something.
Is he still invisible, or do we see him now?
Oh, no.
He's not
No,
even-
he
he's
was
invisible.
he dropped
Always
invisibility
visible.
to concentrate on the globe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was wondering there. I was like,
Wiria
missed that. It's-
is very done with this guy.
We all are.
Yes,
Yeah.
very much
Yes.
so.
I, as a player, am done with this guy.
Yes, same.
He's going
I think
to
the guy's pretty
use
done with us too.
a 5th level guiding bolt on his ass.
Okay.
We should have just had the Benny Hill
Because-
theme playing this entire time.
Fucking
Light 'em up.
noise.
Woo!
All right,
Eat
yeah,
sparkles, bitch.
Yeah.
that's gonna hit because that's a natural 18 plus 11.
Woo!
Okay. That'll definitely
So 8d6. There's 4. 8, 14. Oh, nice. 20, 26, 32, 34
hit.
points of radiant damage on his ass, and now he is glowy.
That he notices, like staggering back a little bit, kind of up against the railing on the berth, and he kind of looks over at all of you, seeing you kind of for the first time, and you can those of you who are can read lips. He's swearing something in Elvish, but you can't quite hear it.
About damn time.
And the ship moves further away, another 30 feet. So that means that all the people move another 30 feet.
God damn it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The ship
Bird
is
fast.
okay. Velis.
Yeah, I'm gonna move if I can move this time.
I mean, yeah, the broom.
Hold on. Were you on the broom and flying?
Yeah, I've been on the broom the entire time.
So technically, you wouldn't be moving.
So yeah,
I would
if
say
he's-
technically you could be hovering, but the
Yeah.
problem would be there's a you would be like
You hit a wall at some point.
yeah, it's like you'd have to like hit the wall and so I would say you with your movement like
Hit
you
what
got
wall?
pushed out.
Yeah. So he was on the
I-
deck.
So you were on the
Yeah.
deck. So you were going with the ship up until this point. Now you can
Yeah.
sort of mount up again and go.
Okay, so can I get there?
What's your speed?
50
So
per move.
Plus, yeah.
that's what 150 feet if you dash and bonus action dash and action
Is this
dash.
where I actually am?
Yeah,
Okay.
because you wouldn't be able to. You weren't floating like way up in the air. You kind of came out onto the thing.
I can get there. That's all I can do.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's all any of us can do. Cause, yeah. Yeah, was Elias gonna do anything before Felice birds?
I mean, how far are we? From
You're about
them?
150 feet from him.
Okay, yeah. The only thing I can do at that range is a fireball.
I mean, technically, I could have landed in front of him, but I feel like even from the distance, you could see the rift and probably know it's not good
Yeah.
to land in front of it. So
Which
I mean-
so I but like well yeah for start I'm gonna can I okay I'll move up to next to
closer?
Felius so she can grab me. I mean, if I can aim it so I don't hit my friends, then
If you do it in air a little bit further to the side, it'll catch them. And it's a 20-foot radius, right? Or 20-foot
I believe so.
diameter.
Oh, I'm gonna have to upcast it.
No problem with
Yeah, it is a
upcasting
20
fireball.
It's a
Right?
20-foot sphere. Well, I'm
20-foot
out
sphere.
of third level.
Okay.
Yeah, out of third level spells, so I have to upcast it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Because from here, yeah, oh yeah, from here I could definitely.
Yeah.
If I can just like pop it, yeah, somewhere over. You know.
Mm-hmm. That's fine.
here.
Dexterity
Very
save of what?
I gotta figure out what level I'm in cast. I'll do. You know
Like
what? I'll
17
actually
or
do
18.
5th level because.
Fuck this guy in particular.
Yeah.
This guy in
Yeah.
particular, and also I have both of my 5th level slots left and one 4th level slot, so I'm gonna just in case. It is a Dex save of 18.
All right. He fails that, but he's going to use one of his legendary resistances to not.
Okay, well he still takes half damage.
He
That's-
will still take half.
So many d6s.
Was it 12 d6?
It's
Damn.
10.
Or no, 10, yeah.
Actually,
Do you have that many d6s?
I think so.
Do you need some more? I
Because
got,
I
I
recently
got mains
bought
dice.
that Sailor Moon d6 set. So,
Ooh, good choices.
2, 4, 6, 8, and one more. Alright. They don't all fit in my hands.
every time I
Oh,
try to speak
A lot
about
of rolling.
It's a couple 6s. Oh, that's several 6s. Alright, hold
A
on.
lot of dice out.
Get it! Get it!
Alright, let's see. Alright, I'm gonna put the 1 plus
freaking get down.
6.
Get down.
Plus 6 plus 6 plus 3 plus 6 plus 6 plus 2
Math.
plus 1 plus another 2. Okay, that is 34 points of fire damage. So I guess that would be half to 12.
No, 17.
17.
Or 17. Thank you.
You can
Right.
math.
Math is
It's
hard.
late.
Yeah.
Cool.
I was thinking 24, but yeah, 17.
Yeah, like bits of his robes and stuff catch up on fire, and like he's just like blasted from one direction by necrotic shadow, and then a fireball explodes. He's looking rough.
A sparkle beam.
Oh yeah, also like he's lit up with glowy sparkles.
Cool.
Yeah, that's. Yeah, and then I'll just wait to get picked up.
Caca!
Okay.
And become giant.
All right. Phelis bamps into another eagle.
Big board.
Big board.
And I grab Bernell and Elias
Mhm.
and I zoom.
Zoom.
All right. How fast does the eagle zoom?
It's in like 80.
Eagle has an 80-foot fly speed, so if I dash with the eagle, it's 160.
Well, what kind of action is it to turn into the eagle?
Oh, it is an action.
Hmm.
So I can't
So you
dash
can-
right away. I can get
No.
80 feet.
You
I
can
was
get
thinking about
80
that.
feet, most of the way there. Okay.
Yes, I didn't. I wasn't thinking about that yet because I was just like thinking about the eagle's action, and I'm like, oh, just the action to turn into it. So 80
Alright.
feet. Where is 80 feet? That is far.
So you
Um,
all go and just kind of leave the
Also-
ship sailing. There's like water, or no, the water all disappeared. Okay.
Yes, it
But there's still
disappears
like
after it.
smoke billowing out some of the things from the extinguished fire. Part of the sail rigging on one side is like hanging off, and it's just kind of like every now and again a shudder just runs through the ship. But it's still going, but it seems to be slowing down a little bit at least.
About there would be 80. Yeah.
Also, it is midnight here. I don't want to be up much later because
Yeah.
we have people coming over tomorrow, and
Well, I mean, this should be ending soon.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, I basically told myself
he's
though I wasn't
looking
gonna stay up past midnight. So,
Ooh, sorry.
Um,
He is looking super rough.
well, I was just gonna say I basically know
Mm-hmm.
like Felice is gonna keep flying till they get there,
Mm-hmm.
drop them off, and then she has not used any of her 4th level spell slots, so she has 3 chances to try and dispel magic to close this rift. That's basically what she's probably gonna try and do, I'm assuming other people can take care of the guy. Because
Cool.
if there's some rift there, she's dealt with that type of thing before,
Mm-hmm.
and that's she has 3 4th level spell slots she can use for that.
Okay.
But yeah, I think I'm gonna go to bed though, because I'm trying not to mess up my sleep schedule more.
Okay.
Okay.
Good night.
Night.
Sorry, but
It's okay. Sorry, it's late.
yeah.
Yeah, we've been kind of going the whole time too. No, without
Yeah.
a break. Sorry.
Yeah,
Hey Laura, how you
late it
doing?
was, so we were
Rar.
going.
Yeah.
How are you?
Come to
Good to see you.
open tomorrow.
yeah. So I should not be up much
Oh.
later.
Let's just try and wrap this up then.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. It is his turn. He is looking at all of you, converging on him. He looks into the rift. You can see he actually like looks over the side of the tower, and you can see him doing all sorts of rapid, quick thinking and calculations. Shit. Just gonna try it. Okay. So he is attempting to cast another spell.
4th level
Um,
counter spell.
Okay, go ahead and make a roll.
That's a D20, right?
Because you make good decisions,
Plus your
Flora.
charisma.
Charisma plus half proficiency because
I mean,
bard.
that's normal for me at least, but I do not make good decisions. So
Okay. So 17 plus 5
You're
is
good. You're good.
Wait,
22 plus 2 is 24.
it's not a skill check; it's an ability check. Do
No, the
bards get?
yeah, bards get.
Specifically bards, why bards are really good at counterspell is they get to add half proficiency.
Gotcha. Okay. So what'd you get?
24
It's
total.
greater than 20. yeah.
Yeah.
17.
It was a natural 17.
Yeah,
You're like,
you better
okay,
have casted
good.
that at
Yeah.
14th
Okay.
level.
He begins casting a spell, and you're like, nope. And he seems, and he just, fuck. And
Da-da-da,
you just
you're a
see him
bitch!
turn, run, and just jump off the berth. Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
you get an
Splat.
attack of opportunity technically because he was in your melee.
Get it, Hegan, get it.
26.
Yeah.
That will definitely hit.
16.
Why do I roll all these 6s for bludgeoning damage on my boss when he jumps rather than when he casts spells at you guys?
16 slashing.
Okay.
I think he just pancakes.
I mean,
He doesn't even let us get the satisfaction of killing him. He just pancakes. That bitch.
I was gonna dump everything into trying to finish him off on my turn. And I had advantage from Guiding Bolt anyway, so there was a pretty good shot. I was gonna hit him with like a 30-40 damage shot.
Yeah, he can technically had advantage, so
he basically just runs and jumps. You can see like his arms and legs kind of pinwheeling in the air as he just arcs down and just smashes into the ground, rolls a bunch of times, and stops for a moment, and then kind of like he's still glowing. No, Hegan would have used that with his thing.
Well, you want to roll, see if you get a 20?
Yeah, roll.
Roll with advantage.
Yeah.
I mean, he jumped like 80 feet down.
Okay.
And
That
took
was a lower roll.
load of damage.
And he didn't yell parkour.
No, he did not yell parkour. I mean, he didn't actually make an acrobatics check, so I'll see if he makes. No, fails the acrobatics check. So you just
like trying to
pancake,
and you can see like limbs are bent the wrong way, and he's just kind of like crawling, like pulling himself up, barely. He took. Yeah, he took. The thing is, wait, hold on.
You make the undead save.
Well, you can't deny physics.
Yeah.
But he gets up and is like, you can see him like shoving things back in their sockets. But there's no groans of pain because he technically is immune from non-magical attacks. And I would say bludgeoning damage from falling would count as a non-magical attack.
Ground is magic.
I hate him so
ground
much.
is decidedly not magic.
I hate him so
Granted,
much.
Again, it's still physics, and he's still like
slowed.
Yeah.
Very tempted to teleport after him, but I'm not gonna.
Is he prone?
Oh, he is absolutely prone. He's getting up, but yeah. Dalton.
How tall is this tower?
Do I see him from where I am?
Yes, he is about 100 feet away from you.
That's within range.
It's within range.
So I am going to just sight on him, take a breath to give myself advantage.
Okay, now he is prone, so you have disadvantage on the attack roll because it's a ranged attack. So you just make a straight roll. Unless you wanted to... Oh, I don't know. If you hold your action and... No, your aim doesn't work if you hold your action. but you can prevent the disadvantage.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna take the -5 for sharpshooter.
Okay.
So that's a plus. It's a 15.
Okay. 15 is not going to hit him. I mean, it hits him, but it doesn't seem. It's like it's a glancing thing that doesn't quite seem to hurt him too much.
That drone seems like a real bitch. All right. Well, that one was a 27 with disadvantage.
That would definitely hit.
Okay. Let's do that. So this is what we're doing. 9, 19, 26. Yeah, 26 piercing and 7 radiant.
Okay. Yeah, you can see you catch him in the leg as he's like trying to put weight on it, and it kind of collapses underneath him a little bit. He is hurt.
Okay.
All right. It is now the creature in the rift's turn. You can hear an angry bellow. And Hegan, it's strange because like you're like just on the other side of this rift and you can feel the sort of radiating cold. But what you see almost appearing mid-air are these massive black
Part of the
talons.
campaign? I mean, we don't know.
Like,
We've gone through a lot of people's stories.
Almost like this. Kind of like something
we still got some more stuff to do, though.
to reach through.
But this campaign's been going on for like
Okay.
4
What do you
years
do?
at this point.
Hate it.
not consistently. Like we have breaks and
And
whatnot.
And you hear
but-
a gnashing of teeth. And
It's
a
like the longest
deep
campaign I've ever
rumbling
been in.
Guttural growl. This is definitely a dragon on the other side of this rift.
We're coming up with ideas for next campaign already, but we still probably got a decent amount
Stab.
to go with this one.
Well,
It's a good time.
I'm gonna take a swing at it, and I'm going to go ahead and use my jar.
Swing at what?
At the talons.
Ah, okay.
Actually,
Back!
hang on a second. Oh god, I'm so indecisive. Well, they're right in front of me, so I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
I'm actually not gonna use my charge yet, though. I'm just gonna take the 2 swings.
Okay.
Ooh, natural 19, and I crit on 19.
Okay.
Which would it ends up being a 31 or 30.
Okay.
And the other one would be 18.
Okay. That's a lot.
Do they both hit?
Wait, I thought that was 18 damage. So the
No, that
natural
was
19 would totally hit, but the 18 does not.
Okay.
Like
Well-
it's like you do get like one good, like right in that fleshy bit, kind of like underneath the nail bed, sort of the talon, but the other strike just kind of goes straight off the scales. This thing is tough.
We'll do double damage anyway from the crit.
Okay.
Ends up being 14 slashing. Oh wait,
Okay.
no, sorry. 14 was the dice, then so it'd be 20. 20
Okay.
total.
Yeah, you hear a loud howl of pain and a reflexive sort of withdrawal of whatever those claw was.
In there.
Okay. All right. So Pernell and Elias are being carried by Felice. So you can see from your angle, you can't quite see into the rift. You kind of just saw like the claws emerging. But you can definitely see just like almost It's like reverse light, you know, it's just darkening everything around it.
Yeah. So at least
And
like
you do see the guy on the ground, though.
yeah, for holding
sure.
my action, she's just gonna call to Felice like, get me over the edge and drop me, then deal with that.
Okay.
I'll take the fall damage. I'll deal with him.
All right. Where ya?
And I'm gonna hold my action to attack him when I get down there.
So how far away is dude?
A little bit more than 100 feet.
Okay, but I can like shoot a Eldritch Blast at him easily enough.
You have disadvantage because your target is prone.
Okay, well I can't. A little more than 100 feet. Yeah, I can't get close enough probably to do much of anything that isn't an attack roll. Well, actually, Phyla has 90 feet fly speed, so
You
she's
can
gonna
get pretty close.
yeah, she's gonna fly within 60 to where she's within 60 feet, and
Okay.
instead cast Haku, stop it now. Sacred Flame. I don't want to try Toll the Dead on an undead. Sacred Flame.
Okay.
Necrotic damage on undead seems like a bad idea.
Okay.
So that's a DC 18 dex.
All right. That is a fail.
Okay, so that's going to be 3D. (16 plus 6 is 22.
Okay.
How many dice?
3d8, and I got 2 8s and a 6.
Nice.
I rolled really well on that damage.
Yeah, he lights up with radiant energy. And you can see he's like holding his leg where he got shot by Darlton, and he's trying to stand and hobble away. He is struggling. And the ship continues sailing. Let's see here. But it's not really under control right now, so what happens to it? Okay. You can see it's like slowly starting to go upwards.
Oh no.
Velis.
Yeah, I can get to him with my double move, right?
On the broom?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sure.
I'll just fly down and stab him.
Please shank
Okay.
him.
He's prone. You get advantage.
26.
Please.
Okay.
At least.
Yeah.
$40.
Get fucked.
How do you want to do this?
Yeah.
Hey!
I want to slit his throat in the same spot.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Already got.
You don't got time for this.
You kind of land, and he like looks up at you, and he's like, and you hear him swear in Elvish, some elven epithet for drow.
Oh,
And
Oh.
oh yeah.
yeah.
And you just sort of like drag your dagger across his throat, and it's like there's not like the same gushing blood, but as you do, he's just kind of like smiling, and as you cut through his vocal cords, like the sort of low guttural chuckle just sort of starts turning into this raspy gasp, and then you can see just like the face just kind of goes slack as the energy that's animating this body is destroyed.
I would like to retrieve our shit from him.
All right. So there's no sign of a box, but he has this canister that looks like it's made out of all sorts of fancy things that's glowing bright green.
I assume I can't do it on my turn, but I'm gonna just loot him, search the body, take that, and
Okay.
search the body for anything interesting whenever I can do that.
Okay. Okay. Elias, you're kind of waiting on Felice. Felice?
Yeah.
Where are you going to the tower? Or are you going down?
Seeing
Felice
that
is not
change of
here.
plans. So
Yeah.
Felice is not here.
So you're
Yes.
telling what Felice to do.
yeah, saying she should go to the rift.
Yeah.
Okay.
I kind of want to take a
So
look
she-
at that glowing canister. So.
Mm.
Rift. So she's like
Those
hesitates
are in
and is
two
like,
separate directions.
Yes.
yeah, she's like,
She
Yeah,
needs to
I'd
take
say
care
I
of the
kinda wanted
rift.
okay.
I mean, she is literally the only one other than
Yeah.
Elias who can take care of the rift, and that's pretty important.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I guess we'll go to the rift.
Yes, both of you need to do that.
Yeah, Pernell and Elias were giving her conflicting instructions. So she sort of stops and
Oh.
lands on the berth.
Yeah.
She has enough movement to go to 2 places, but
Mm.
there's just
But no, yeah. I didn't think about
Okay.
the rift.
Focus
but
on the
yeah, I
rift.
guess We'll do that
Okay.
first, and then.
so she lands, and since you both are now on the berth and you can see into the rift,
Mhm.
you can see what's on the other side.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm gonna get up there and try to help Egan.
And why is this not? Oh, here we go. Show to players. Show to everyone.
Oh, fuck.
Ah.
And that's basically
don't
what you
want
see on
it.
the other side of the
No.
rift.
So.
I didn't
it's-
say anything.
oh.
You didn't see? It
Can I-
should have shown up as a pop-up.
Yeah.
I didn't
I
get
can
anything.
get.
Can I use my held action to take swipes at this thing with Egan?
I mean, I was
It's
gonna
on
say,
the other side of a rift.
Could
It's
I-
I
Yeah.
retracted after
could I have held
sliced
my action to dispel magic when we get to the rift?
Yeah, you could try.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hello.
Screw it. I'm gonna go ahead and
Yeah.
burn my 6th level spell slot on that dispel magic at 6th
Okay.
level. I don't think actually does it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. When you cast this spell using a spell slot of 4th level or higher, you automatically end the effects of a spell on a target if the spell's level is equal to or less than the level of the spell slot you used.
It's not really a spell that you're
Let's say it's only a
dispelling.
spell. Yeah.
Yeah. But go ahead and make a
Would that help my roll at all if I cast it
Mm.
at that high of a level?
possibly. But you can see that the creature on the other side of this rift that is sort of like peering through this small space that's just too small for it to reach through completely is seems to be very angered, and it looks like it's perched on some kind of large tower. It's almost like it's a dark mirror, and you know for almost instantaneously that this is definitely a crack into the Shadowfell.
Well, yeah, I'll go ahead. I mean, I've got 1 4th level slot left, 1 5th level, and my 1 6th level left. So I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out. If it'll help me to cast it at 6th level, then I'll do that. If not, I'll just cast it at 4th level.
It would. I mean, it would be more powerful.
Okay. All right, then yeah. I don't want to.
It's
I'll go
sort of
ahead and-
effectively lowering the DC.
Is this just a
Make like a
s-
spellcraft
yeah,
check
spell-
type thing.
Okay.
Yeah,
No.
where it's like your ability
So-
modifier plus basically it's like a spell attack kind of thing.
Okay. Let's say, am I adding my proficiency to this?
Yeah.
Ooh. 19?
Okay. I made it an opposed check because this creature is exuding its will into this thing, and it rolled a 19 as well.
Oh, damn.
So it
The
was a tie.
wands
So,
connect.
yeah, it's basically it's like you're sort of reaching out,
Got
focusing
the
your
opposing energy blasts just
Yeah, and so it's like there's sort of like this reverberation, but you've stopped it from widening it any further.
And I was also going to
okay.
push him
Would
back a bit. You
Felice
both don't
be
need to be
able
touching it.
Land, revert, and try to
do something
dispel.
similar. Yes. Does someone want to roll for Felice?
I can if people want.
I can't. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I could, but I mean, you know how badly I typically roll. You don't want me to.
You're the only one who
I don't
has
know, you
access
roll
to
well
her
for healing when
sheet
I'm not
because she isn't put back onto the thing.
Right. Because she's not in the campaign technically.
Yeah, so I don't know what her modifier is, but
I mean, I think it's the same as Elias's. I think she's got a +10. It's her. I think they have the same passive perception, so
it's +10.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like I think they've got the same wisdom right now.
Right.
24.
Okay. So Elias, it's kind of like you're channeling energy, and there's this sort of slow give and take between you and this creature on the other side, and it sort of opens its mouth and roars even more. Felice lands, and sort of resting one hand on you. She's kind of like holding out. Does she have a staff? I'm not sure. She's doing something.
I remember.
Ashari like.
She has a necklace.
And yeah, she's got a necklace, and so she's basically assisting you with this, and you can see where there's all of the sort of spiderweb cracks shooting out from the fissure, like they're slowly beginning to pull themselves back in. And she was able to succeed on that opposed check. But it's now he's out. Darlton. You can see the corpse on the ground. You can see the druid and the cleric channeling energy into, I mean, it's just like a light show at this point. What are you doing?
I'm not sure, because that's a long way down.
It is. It's 80 feet.
Yeah.
It's a lot of D6s.
Where's the actual, the actual way down on the tower?
It's on the other side of where that booth is.
Okay. So
I'm gonna move them over there.
Yeah, I should be able to. If I triple dash, I should be able to just get down there to where Bellis is.
You're running as fast as you can downstairs, so I'm gonna need a dexterity acrobatics check from you.
Yeah, that's 19.
Okay. You didn't yell parkour, so it's not that cool. But yeah, you do manage to clear your way.
I'm making
through
that
most
cannon.
of the flights of stairs.
Okay. I just
but they're probably because the berth itself is 15, 20 feet, and he leapt, clearing another 10 feet. So they're a little ways out from the things. You're not quite there yet, but you can definitely see the body on the ground. Velis is sort of beginning to rifle through it. Keegan. Oh, actually, hold on.
I would say, yeah, they go first, right?
Yes, they go on 18. And I'm going to need Pernell and Elias and Felice to all make...
God damn it, Elias.
I mean, it's all. I don't think there's.
I
any
really
avoiding
wanted to
it.
tank that for no reason, but there was no good reason for me to go over there.
There's no reason for both of you to eat that.
As the rift begins to close, it's it has to pull its claws out because it's beginning to narrow. But you just see the face get down really low, and then you just see this deep in its throat, this purple energy beginning to sort of accumulate and get brighter and brighter and brighter. And then just this blast of shadow, this cold shadow energy shoots out. And I need Pernell, Felice, and Elias to all make Constitution DC 18 Constitution saving throws.
I'm using an Indomitable. Wait, do I still have?
Yeah. I mean, I rolled an 18 on the die plus 3, so that's a 21.
Okay.
Let me make sure of that.
All right.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
What'd you get though?
Was 13, but also I'm gonna use my. I realize I still have my inspiration, so one more time.
Okay.
Okay, a little bit better, not by much. 15.
Okay. So if you fail, you'll take 60 points of necrotic damage. And you gain 1 point of exhaustion as it's sapping your life from
We
you.
take half that.
Half,
we
and
succeeded.
if and no points of exhaustion.
Exhaustion. So that's 30.
Mm-hmm. But the rift is now like too narrow for dragon claws to reach through.
Well, there's really nothing I can
think
do for it.
I've got to log off because I have to get up early.
At this point, you each have a couple more spell slots. You can close the rift, and it's too big to get through. So we can call it a night. The airship is still sailing, slipping, uncontrolled. There are still patches of darkness in multiple places throughout the city that are growing colder and colder as it's still a few hours before dawn. There is the corpse of Yarna Albrecht. The strange artifact on his side.
Yeah, I do want to take a look at that.
And no
at some
sign
point.
of the box that you were supposed to be carrying. But given the size of the canister, it looks like it would be small enough to, or size the appropriate size to fit in that box.
The ooze.
At some point before we play next, can I get like an actual list of the stuff that I looted from the ship?
Oh, right.
I know
Yes.
we have like a basic rundown, but some specifics.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Also, because I want to inject just a little bit more of drama and tension, because I know that the dragon, he's luckily kept on the other side of this rift. It didn't get open too much. Darlton, you're very familiar with undead. You could almost rival Elias for knowledge. And by all accounts, looking at the way this particular corpse was preserved, looking at how proficient it was with magic, this was a lich.
Damn.
Is he a lich? Yeah. I wondered.
And
oh shit, that means he's
coming back. God damn
coming
it.
back.
God, I hate him.
you did prevent him from getting this artifact, whatever strange thing it is. And on that very quiet, exhausted note, we'll definitely call it a night. As we'll find out what happens when dawn breaks over Port Damali.
Oh boy.
Oh, we survived.
Maybe we should teleport.
Oh, that was
Not
some.
let it
survive.
careen into anything.
Ah,
Yeah, I mean, you could teleport back to the ship. You are familiar with it.
that's true.
Yeah, for sure.
Then we'd have a ship. but I don't know if Baby knows how to land it.
Yeah, well,
Well, we'll have an hour for someone to maybe.
yeah, I'm fairly certain that Finders Keepers is not a legitimate policy.
No, we just find someone on the ground who can actually fly an airship, and we teleport them up to the airship.
Good night.
All right, good night,
folks.
everybody.
Bye.
Chat, I'm just gonna send you off into the world. It's closing time. Go find your favorite streamer. My brain is mush right now. I should be back tomorrow night for Higurashi no Nakakoro ni as we continue through Tatari Goroshi Hen. So until then, I appreciate all of you. Y'all stay safe, stay healthy, take care of yourselves, take care of each other. I'll see you next time. Bye!
I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be. I'm a flying ace and fly through outer space. Hello, sweetie. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. I'm proud to be in whatever sitch, like singing on Twitch or playing D&D. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder. You may call me obsessive, but I just border on being a collector and being a dragon that sits atop my treasure. That's so shiny. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice holder, and my partners love me for it. I'm a natural 20 when it comes to being me. I'm a time traveler, so Alonzi. I'm a badass asexual polyhedral dice